Yes, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, Gridlock, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Bada.
Spoon.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Kuwa. Beseku, kudileo. Kuwa, kudileo.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you batileo. Yes, what you batileo. Beseku, beseku. Ba 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 ba. Skibidi bidi da ba do.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand tongue with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, James.
Okay, folks, thanks for joining us tonight. Of course, this is your radio station. This is the People's Station. This is the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1. And of course, the program is Spoon Talk. We are back on your radio. We are live across the Spoon Network and several other frequencies across the country, thanks to our affiliate radio stations that are always relaying the program. We're live on Trust FM in Bowman County, Premier FM in Bonn, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, and a host of other radio stations across Liberia. My name is Nelson Colette. This is Liberia's premier talk show on radio and online. This is Spoon Talk. This is where you get authentic information about the happenings across Liberia. We get to bring you face to face with the policymakers. This is where the policymakers come when they want to break the news. This is where Liberians get to speak out on the different issues of concerns. So you want to know what's happening in Liberia, you want to know what's happening across the different ministries, the agencies, what the policymakers are doing, what Liberians are talking about, what the people of the country are confronted with, what the progress is that is being made in the different sectors. This is where you get the news. And of course, we're here again tonight to give you nothing less than the best on this edition of the program Spoon Talk. A pleasant Saturday to all of you across the world. And we're here tonight. And I want to welcome our folks across Radio Land. Thousands of you get very close to your radio. You turn on your radio across the 15 counties of Liberia just to listen to what Spoon Talk has to offer. We appreciate you for joining us tonight. Many thanks to our audience online. Spoon Talk has absolutely no borders. Regardless of where you are, you can always tune to Spoon and watch the program Spoon Talk. That's why we are streaming live across the internet, as always, on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. On YouTube, we are there. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. And I want to say thanks to all of you for joining us tonight. It's going to be another great show with a lot happening across the country. This is not a regular weekend. You know, that regular weekend is the kind of weekend where you say, not much happening. There's not much happening across the country. It's a quiet weekend, but the weekend not quiet. This weekend seemed to be a very noisy weekend with too many things happening across the country. And I can assure you that this is one edition of the show you can't afford to miss. This show, this edition of Spoon Talk is loaded. Let me go across and bring Dr. Richardson in. I see she's already set up. Hello, Dr. Richardson. Welcome. It's good to see you tonight.
Nelson, it's good to see you. I was just hearing you say that it's not a quiet weekend in Liberia.
Yeah.
I guess it's busy all over. So
Yeah.
you really will not be able, you just cannot afford to miss this show. I'm telling you. So call your friends, put your radio on loud, share the show, because there's so much going on in our country that we need to know about. You can't be on the sideline. You got to be involved. You got to be able to talk about what's going on in our country and see if you can find some sort of peaceful resolution. If I can say peaceful resolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But it's been busy for me, Nelson. That's why I'm joining you a little bit later than usual. It's been a busy
Okay.
Saturday for me as well. There's so much, little man needed some clothes, so I had to go shop for him this morning.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I had to do grandma duties.
You know,
You know,
the best person to go, to go out with is the grandmom. Because you get to have your will. You get to have your way, grandma.
that again, Nelson said that he got a job, but that job, he coming from grocery because the people in the store, the people in marketing in America, they got sense, yeah. They can put
Mm.
all the toys, all the candy to your
Hmm.
eye level. They can study all these things, and
Okay,
so
they can carry all the way up. It
well, they
can
get
be.
carried up. They will carry it all the way down so the kids can see it. And as soon as we walked in, we went to about 3 stores today, and he was just grabbing and running. The thing when he won't do it, mom. He fool or do I want to mom or anybody else. That means that when he was taking away mama, and then he would come, Mama, I love you. I said, look at the other job for you.
The man truly loves you because with you, he gets to have his will, and
He sure was. It's like in our buy it and how long they'll play with the toy. So we bought the sweets because the sweet were right eye level. When you start saying no, then you want to put a display in the show in the store. And you want that kind of noise behind you
oh,
because
you
other
can
people
say
that
that you can say that either.
the other people that look at you, you can't yell the way you want to yell. You can't talk the way you want to talk, right? Because they're so packed when people look at you and the people gotta go. Well, just gonna sit on that ordinary day. We'll just sit in that store there. You will
Mhm.
cry and you'll tell you cry blood. But I couldn't keep the line. I couldn't hold the line. So then I bought the candy. Then we went to the other store. We had a conversation. I bought the whatever some kind of toy he said he wanted to play with. So I bought that toy for him. So right now we got home. He said you hungry. He told him, Ma, you want to eat something? So his mom said, well, you got chicken and fries left. He said, no,
Mhm.
cereal. So his mom said, no. So he ran to the door, calling my, he yelling my knee, yeah, in the office. Mama, I'm not going to go against your mom, right? But he, he attempted, he attempted, Mama, he want me to say, oh, get a boss cereal instead of he eating a good food. So, I put my mind out of business there.
Wow.
Yeah.
But those are the memories that will live on. The memories that you get to create with him every single day. Even in the case where the man is grown, and whenever he sees grandma, he remembers those memories that are being created now. You know, and how he got to have his will. Sometimes the safe space for him is with grandma when when mom is maybe not going with that patience with him.
Mhm.
He gets to have it with grandma, and that's the
Yeah.
beauty of it. Hmm.
Yes, and that's I think that's a lesson for all of us to learn. When I come and share something personal on this show, I'm just sharing not because I want to, not because I want to talk of my own life, but I was contemplating when my daughter actually, told me she was pregnant, and actually it was her last year of college,
Mm.
and it was kind of you don't know what to do because I had a plan that she graduated from college and then she has a kid. It was not part of the plan, okay.
Mm.
And so we talked it over as a family, and she said that she was going to have Milan, which is the child, which is now Milan. And I've never been a grandmother before. I don't know what to expect. I was like, but I'm so happy that we made that. I mean, every time Abraham and I look at each other, sometimes like they say man plans, but God disposes. You
Yeah.
know, we were so happy because I don't know how many people my age get to enjoy the next generation like I'm enjoying, and how many people get to be awakened by a mom or grandma. He calls me mama, but I
Mm.
loud mama call, when I hear it. How many people my age, get to even exercise patience, because I was in a store today and I said, this is completely exercising patience, because it's out of, I think, if that my own, my kids will be at a completely different level, So I'm really happy to have him, honestly,
Yeah.
I'm really, really happy to have him. I've learned a lot about myself. I learned about him. I learned about family dynamics. So this is to tell you that all of you who are my age, who are young grandmothers, who had situation that wasn't playing, sometimes it can be a blessing in disguise. Sometimes is the energy of the world just telling you, what you need to do. Maybe I was rushing in life, maybe I was slowing, whatever I was doing in life, but my attention was drawn to a young man in my life, and actually he came at the right moment, because we are at the place. Actually, there's no right moment actually to have a baby in your life, honestly. Somehow you get the strength and the energy and the resources to carry on. But he came at a time where my husband and I, we were at a place where we could afford to do things. When I first started working in my career, I was a mother who was, I had to drop the kids off to daycare. I had to go to work. I had to make ends meet. But I've been almost 20 years in my career where I can call the shots when I want to stay home. So he stays with me on certain days. So he came at a time where, I can
Yeah.
call the shots. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Mhm.
So yeah, so that's kind of what it is. It will happen. God will provide, if that's what would have said. So it's nothing. I wish I knew. I wish I knew what I know now. Not to be stressing about all these mundane, earthly
Mhm.
situation. Children will come. You will learn from children. You will do whatever. God will provide. Something will happen. But I don't. I'm not saying this because I don't. I think planning should be a part of your process. You should strive to plan, okay? But if it happens, don't stress. That's what I'm trying to say, because I don't want it to be like, oh, you might just be dropping and having baby all over the place, and leaving it. No, the children require a
Living
lot.
with that man.
Yeah. Leave it all over the place. Children require a process. Even as my daughter herself, she often say, you didn't tell me that I needed to plan for school. And I'm like, oh, yes, you do. And when they go into school, you got to plan for daycare. You got to plan for, you didn't tell me that this kid will one of these days stand up to me and say, no, mommy, no. I was like, because the way you have to have an answer, you know, when he says, no, I'm not doing this, you got to have an answer. So, yeah, so I'm very glad. If I'm talking about cooking today, please, I beg you, we talk about husband cooking today. I'm not. People talking different things. As the religious come to kind of explain about how to
if
use
you
cook for my husband.
if you check it, Google, that are part of the discussion the main like Elijah. When you're talking about the
Mine,
cooking, the kind of soup you cook,
yeah,
and
exactly.
and how you came from work, but you still had to cook, and
No,
women wear so many hats. That are kind
yeah,
of discussion.
that's so true. It's
That's
true.
the takeaway right there.
And we stroll. I tell you, I know, a lot of times they can accuse me. 'Cause I get a lot of stuff in my inbox about, oh, I just talk about women rights, and how it's hard to be a woman. And then some people will be arguing me, like the Richard say, it's not hard to be a woman. It is. We carry, like it is. I came home, Nelson, from buying clothes for my grandson.
Hmm.
So my four daughters, to this Saturday morning, if we want to do anything family, like have family meetings and stuff, that's the best time because everybody's home at that moment. We all work different schedules and different times, especially the young women there. They
Hmm.
have so now I started planning because we will be family. We had to plan like what everybody's doing for Thanksgiving,
Hmm.
and then we had to plan Christmas as well. So while I'm calling them, I call everybody from their rooms because they in there doing on social media or watching TV or whatever they're doing. So I said, yeah, come downstairs. So they came downstairs and we're talking. My husband busy watching. He thinking about the game that happened between Mike Tyson and whatever. So I said, hey, you. He said, yeah, yeah, I'm listening. But again, so I said, so what we doing this? But I get it, and maybe it's me, like he always says to me, and you men, maybe you guys know it, that women, again, that's probably had that where we have to we have to know what's going on, with the family, so I was playing this thing, and of course I would have to go back and tell you the list of things, text to him, okay, on the Wednesday before Christmas, this is what happening. Or the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, this is what happening. Thursday Thanksgiving, this is what happening. This is what I'm going. This is what a meal gonna be. This is what I need you to do. So that's just or you tell me, okay, this is what I'll be doing and stuff like that. But that's just how it is. We women, we wear so many hats. We gotta be in charge of the family in a different way that you guys are. I'm not saying that men are not.
Yeah, because the men were just getting ready. The men association, they have the name for it. They were getting ready to hit the comment section now.
I tell you, I'm going to tell you that. You see Stevie Flumo say, doctor, please be a person you have been in the past. Because the CEO is trying to change your objective views. Nobody can do that, Stevie. I can ask you to rest and show that nobody can do that. Dr. Richardson is solid in her views and too old to be influenced by anybody right now. And Bill Carson, oh Lord, he says women stealing in the Liberian government, it is just far with the echo. Bill Carson,
He's saying that you when it's about women, you don't exert so much energy, you don't bring so much pressure. But when it's about men, the men, these people are corrupt. I don't know if that's what part it.
but let's think about it. Bill, I want you to think about this. I know you're not agreeing because I have practically never agreed on anything on this social media about when it relates to politics, that I know. But we only had one female president, right? All these many years, it's been these men. You look in the legislature, it's all these men. They always have dominated the conversation. They always have set the rules and the roles. Okay. Yes, I do speak when women are stealing or when women are misbehaving. I do say is wrong. And I actually don't like to do a lot of character assassination. I like to stick to the issue, Bill. So yes, if women stealing in a comment, I will talk about it. I will say it. I will not hide it. So I don't know why you say that would be just fine if women are stealing the comment. I will talk about it, Bill. But I just want you to know, let's look at the odds. Let's look at the percentages of or the times in which women have been in government and how long it's been. We can't just because we have, 80% of men can steal and 10% of women are stealing. People want to just focus on that 10% instead of looking at the 80% of the ones just focus on the 10%. And my role is let's do it equally, or at least have a good balance, because it may be unlikely that you might see a woman stealing because all the men all the time. So that's why a lot of people might want to harp on the woman. But no, let's do it equally. So that's what I have to say to you. Yes. We'll have, I think the rest of the crew will be coming on soon. Let me just, I'm looking at guys. We just want to welcome all of you. This is your station. We really love you when you can come on and participate in a discourse, in a conversation. Share the show. You guys, you are the people who make Spoon, honestly. You've been here with this radio station, and we'll not hide anything with you. So Jude Cooper said that women are careful what to do. So I just really love how you deal with my Gail and other male. Oh my gosh. Bill on there, Bill. That Bill, you know what? Say that. I mean, look. The thing about it is, my Gail, Bill Cosby, you make a good point. Yeah. And they deal with me too. So it's nothing spoil here. Because when my girl comes, he deal with me. When Snow comes, he deal with me, and I will deal with him right back. So nothing spoil here, okay? But you're right in terms of the way how Liberian people show up in Bassa. Nelson, you put the clip on. You put hold on, yeah. My husband Nelson, go
Okay.
ahead. You just call me.
Yeah. So again, folks, we want to say welcome. Thanks for joining us tonight. Dr. Richardson will be back shortly. But the weekend, as I stated earlier, hasn't been a quiet weekend. We have the boom breaker is now here. Uh, he came with some real hammer to break some boom tonight. CEO, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, sir.
That's a military salute.
Yes, sir. We are in our military gear. The few, the proud, the Marines. I understand that. The few, the proud, the Marine.
Hoorah!
Hoorah!
So what's
Yeah,
up?
that's just what we got to fight. We got to fight for that war.
Not much.
Uncle Sam was there too. Uncle Sam was in the military too.
Yeah, that form veteran here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Uh,
So I'm just we're just talking, Nelson, and feel free to interrupt Stanton when you want to. I was just reading some of the comments that people think that I take a lot of I take side with the women a lot. I should criticize some of the women more. I'm reading.
Here's our women for what?
Ask Bill Cosby. You know Bill Cosby. He can always hit us high. You know
Guarantee
him.
Bill, man, you know what you want.
Bill the oil.
The man, you know what you want. Bill don't know what he want. Let me charge my
So
stuff.
Tolo is saying, please try to criticize your friends. Who are my friends you want me to criticize? I don't have friends. What do you guys? Y'all don't know that we don't have friends. Today people love us. Tomorrow they hate us. Today people love us. So it's just something that you get used to, right? I think Uncle Sam can attest to that. We don't have friends.
But when if you get friends inside, a friend, it can be hitting us. They can be cussing me.
But it's okay. And that's what the people don't understand. You know, when you've been a classroom teacher for a long time, the thing about people liking you is something that can just kind of roll off your skin, because in the class you gotta get feedback. All your students will not like you. And I've been doing this for 20 years, you know. When I grade paper, the people that pass to get A that my friend for that semester. They like that.
you have different class of friends.
Yeah. So the next semester, when it comes to different class, you know, when it comes to we have a course called the Psychology of Human Diversity. And I teach in that class. Majority of the people in that class they don't look like me. Let's put it that way. All right. That is the class that they don't like at all. And that is the class that they will have all the complaints about Dr. Richardson, because Dr. Richardson comes from a different background, a different worldview that I try to discuss in the class. You know, I don't come from a 100% privileged background as they do, and I don't have the benefits of being privileged. You know, and so they don't
so let's just leave that one. You from New York? Yeah, you from New York?
Okay. I was born in New York. The way I teach is in one of the richest county in the United States, Chester County. Let me just put it. Go and research that. So
you know, your school business, it reminded me of a Nicot Tech.
Bring it on.
Who am I? It reminded me of a Nicot Tech, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, yeah. It's good to see you. Dr. Richardson, as always. We do not have enough time because it's 9:07 in Liberia. We're going to talk about Liberia. We're going to bring back Martin Cody. We're going to place the call to Matthew Nyanambu. The man that Joseph Boakai suspended today because of good governance, of transparency, the rule of law. Joseph Boakai, we know, president of the Republic of Liberia, suspended him. Where are we? Are we back to George Weah era? Are we back to you should cover up transgression? You should cover up stuff that the Liberian people need to know to help the country that the richest in. What's going on? The good doctor, Francine Chinaway, Special, Abraham Richardson, because Abraham said my first thing there last thing. Abraham Richardson, what's going on? We thought we should speak on these things. Jeremy Pierre have transformed to be cartel operator. Everybody protecting their own. The Unity Party government have turned to be a cartel fashion government. That's Richardson. What's going on? Only the few people now got to cover up for the few. So it's okay to steal in government. It's okay to lie in government. It's okay to be so damn corrupt in this government. If you thought they would fire you, what's going on, my Liberian people? Everything has come down, crashing. Dr. Richardson, Uncle Sam, we are to the place that we say yes. I don't know if I should sing this song, but I'm going to wait. I'm not there yet. There's a song out there that said the people who also, the people have to also. I'm not there yet. If you know the music, please find it for me. I won't play it tonight because I want to dance. I'm part of the people. But what's going on here? Why are you suspending Matthew? Why? The man said the damn program is fake. Why are you suspending him? Because he said it's fake? So you want everybody to keep quiet and say, hail the king? I mean, everything is messed up. You can say anything about the government right now, Joseph Parker will fire you. Jeremy Pierre will fire you. So the whole government now is Vlad. The whole government is Vlad. And I'm calling on Matthew to resign. I am calling on Matthew to resign. Nelson, find me Matthew picture. We'll call him tonight. I'm calling on him. The suspended you resign. I'm not asking him to take the suspension. I'm asking him to resign. Somebody got to set an example.
Say that today again. I all like Grandpa heard you correct. What happened to Matthew?
Listen, I'll put a suspension letter up. Uncle Sam, I am calling on him because if you speak, they said they will suspend you. If you say anything bad that the government doing, they will fire you. So when they suspend you, because you are speaking truth to power, when they fire you, just resign, move, just get away. Unity Party government, the one that were pushing Uncle Sam, Joseph Iman Boaga were pushing.
Don't talk about Uncle Sam because Uncle Sam, you know, here I said they will be rubbing it in. Why
are we covering up the mess that is happening in the government? And somebody says, CEO, don't talk. The people will close down the radio station. I said, that's fine.
That's right. That's what you told me today. You say you didn't.
CEO, don't talk. The people will come after Madam Titi. I said, that's fine.
Well, I don't know about that part, but
CEO, don't talk. The people will say they will shut down the radio station. I said, well, it's up to Unity Party government. They cannot shut down Facebook. I mean, Uncle Sam, it's a sad time in our country. It's a very, very sad time in our country under a rescue government that telling you, say, don't talk. A rescue government, the one that we champion. Today is the 16th. We were dancing last year. Transparency last year, good governance. Hey, Joseph Parker come to power. What's happening now? Oh yeah, that's what's up.
And they were cussing me because I was neutral. I said I was neutral. They were cussing me. They were not easy.
Everywhere, man. Everywhere. Everybody is their own president. Martin Cody is coming back on the show. 4 hours more today. Uncle Sam, let's hear you. I mean, Uncle Sam, how you doing? Listen, guys, share the show. Share the show, share the show. Let's have fun tonight. But this is a sad time, a very sad day in Liberia.
So let me just tell you my honest opinion, okay? Knowing the Liberian circumstance, the Liberian political economy, Mr. Yamplu should have known that if he speaks out, he will be fired. So the best thing for him to have done would have been to resign and said, "I'm against this." But when you are a senior official in a government, you should find a way to channel your grievances through the appropriate channel. Let's just be very frank about that, because he's part of the government, right? I'm not saying I support his suspension or his dismissal, but I'm just speaking as somebody who worked in the government. And if I disagree with that government, I felt very strongly about it, and I felt what they was doing was not in the national interest, I would resign and make my point out there, but I would not do what he did. So this is the Liberia that they inherited, and this is just the way it is. Now, the other thing is now, the President Joseph Boakai, the way they did it, it is sending a clear message that they are basically go on with Kula Fofana, where Kula Fofana said that this is something that they believe in, that this is not a scam. So this is the position of the government, that this is something that they support by that suspension. So it makes it very complicated. So let's see what happens, and I hope for their own sake that they can take the 250 Liberian students out and they can vindicate themselves. So, and I'm hoping and praying that they can do that.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. But your son, your little brother here disagree with you.
Yeah, I understand.
We land on the promise, whether in government or outside of government, everything should be said. Listen, there's no secret here. The man expressed himself. What just happened is suppression. They suppress folks working in government now not to speak. They should only speak beyond closed door. They are suppressing. That's not what we fought for. That's not what we fought for, Uncle Sam. We fought George Manor. We're on the same thing. It's bad. It's bad governance. It's bad governance practice. It's disappointing. And therefore, we'll speak to this. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. Let's start this show. Whoever will join us. But let's start this show. Let's have a beautiful program tonight. Talk to us, Dr. Richardson.
So it appears that they were trying to use Mr. Yamplu as an example that states if you speak or you dissent in this government, our opinions, if you dissent from the opinions of this government or the views of this government, that you can find yourself getting suspended without pay and eventually without a job. And I'm not so sure that that is healthy for any organization. We got to have a diverse views in order to strengthen the organization. Now, I'm reading, so it appears that they have an intra-agency communication protocol. So the question would be, what is that? What is the intra-agency communication protocol? Okay, did Mr. Yamplu sign, or was he aware that they have this protocol that he has to follow? Or, did he sign saying I will follow, or did he not sign? And what is the norm of best practice to say that he sidestepped the norm of best practice and acts of unbecoming of a government official? So in this government, if you're a government official, what is becoming of you is to side with the government. You got to walk line by line with the government. You cannot express your own views. You cannot have a dissenting view. And so this is what, based on the letter that we saw, that the reason why they're suspending him is that they said he didn't follow whatever the norm is. Okay. But again, I've always worked in agencies where I've been free to express myself and I've seen other people disagree with management or bosses, and that's how it is. You tolerate other people's views, but at the end of the day, the powers to be make the decision. But in this case, Mr. Yamplu was protecting Liberians. He said, don't give one kappa, or, in my language, I know he said something else, to Nicot Tech. Don't give any money to Nicot Tech, because he said on the show that he himself has studied abroad. He know what it takes for you to be accepted as a student or for you to get scholarship. And that's what he was telling the Liberian people. Now, was that wrong for him to do? To ask Liberians not to give any money or not to support this Nicot Tech program? Was that wrong because he was defending Liberians? So that's the question.
Can you hear you, Stanton?
Uncle Sam, I'm sorry, I thought you guys were hearing me. My thing is that, listen, Dr. Richard said, they can pull all this stuff together, right? The Liberian people got to hear the truth in this one. They can pull all the different terminology together. They can say intra-partisan Richie, and he broke the code, he broke. Listen, it's all blatant fake and lie. They are covering up for one of their own, period. It's all lie. Jeremy Pierre lie. Kula is lying. The president went there and accepted it, knowing very well that it was a fake program. It takes only one and strong and believing individual to come up and speak the truth. Sarah lied. They brought in the Ghanaian people, they lied. They're trying to rob the Liberian people of $236 or $1,000 or $4,000, whatever the amount is. The American ambassador went to investigate through the Ministry of Education. Why not just come and tell the Liberian people, say, you fall down inside, and that was a fake scam program? Why not? Why not the government can just met up? But one person that decided to speak truth to power, you suspended him. What he said, was it a lie? You said you have $25 million scholarship loan. The people you brought said there was no 25 million. Did he lie? Because of what he did, Joseph Boakai government, this government, have suppressed people that are working in this government not to speak the truth. There should be no whistleblower. They have suppressed the will of the people. They have. So why should we just sit here and just accept and say, yeah, it's fine. Hey, you suspend the man because the man supposed to follow protocol. What's the protocol? What's the code of conduct? What's the chain of command? He told Jeremy Pierre. Jeremy Pierre said, we'll suspend you if you go and talk.
Oh.
He said that yesterday.
That's true.
Jeremy Pierre said, we'll suspend you if you go and talk. So what Jeremy Pierre know that he had it? What Jeremy Pierre know that he had it? Who is covering up for Sarah? Who is covering up for this mess in the government? Kula came out and said it's not a scam. It's not fake. Let Kula go put her money there. And he said not a scam. Kula, go put your money there. And let's see whether you get scholarship. Put your cherry money there, Jeremy Pierre. I mean, it's a common sense. You're supposed to be the one to try it. You're going to put your family money there. Let's see whether they'll come to America. Uncle Sam, you said, well, did he follow the code of conduct? Where the code of conduct people say?
No, but no, they're basically saying they should follow protocol. And Dr. Richardson mentioned that about intra-party.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's an intra-agency communication.
Yeah. Intra-agency. Okay, so intra-agency means like within the agency, they may have certain rules in terms of how you conduct yourself in terms of expressing opinion on political. Look, clearly.
No, Uncle Sam. Let me say this. Sorry to interrupt you, my dear Uncle Sam. You know I love you, Uncle Sam. That's a BS. It's just something to cover up.
Yeah,
we're in the ministry, Uncle Sam. We're in that ministry or within the government. They just saying they put in that regulation, just shut up. When you see something,
let me tell you what the reality is, Stanton. They've made too many mistakes. Okay, we warn them that asset recovery should comprise of what? Competent individuals, forensic auditors, lawyers, investigators, and so forth. They messed that up. They came up with the 285 machines. They have them sitting at BDC where they're gathering dust, and the salty breeze from the Atlantic Ocean could mess it up. They did that mistake. they did a mistake with the 4 billion refinery, the announcement. They made all the premature things, right? So for them, this other issue, if what Assistant Minister or former Assistant Minister Matthew Yemplo says is that it will call the government into this dispute and make them to suffer politically. So what they're trying to do is to try to prevent the political fallout from this. So this is their way of handling that political fallout by making him the fall guy. So here is the thing. So when you suspend somebody or you dismiss them for expressing an opinion, and then the spokesperson for the government comes out and defends this action, it means that the government is still part and parcel of the original announcement.
I agree with you. You're right.
Yes.
You're right.
Yes.
The government decided to scam her own people.
Okay. So they believe that. So then in a functioning democracy now, that's where the press comes out, right? Where they do a thorough investigation and put everything out there, and they give the information to the public in a way that they will say this is in fact is a scam, and then the government will have to defend itself and accept the political consequences of their actions. But right now, the government is still standing on the side of its ministers that brought it in.
So, Uncle Sam, let me ask you a question before Dr. Richardson come in. Uncle Sam, the arrest agenda, beautifully laid out. President Joseph Yiman Bwaka, I will fight corruption. I will fight corruption. Let's love Liberia. Let's think Liberia. Let's build Liberia. Uncle Sam, the president action is erasing everything he promised the Liberian people. Yeah. His action, his everyday action is dereliction of duty. Uncle Sam, where we are right now, what the president just did to Matthew Yemplo, nobody, people that fought for good governance, transparency, rule of law, won. The president went against the Supreme Court. Reversed the tenure. You remember?
Yes, of course. Yeah,
the decision on the tenure, the president went against it. 2, the president said, I will bring people acting in that position. He put in there.
Yeah.
3, the president said, because of the audit report, I am removing you. The audit report clearly showed that Abdullah Kamara were in the same mess, almost $3 million. The president still keeping in there. Can we talk about the ombudsman?
Yeah. And the fact that they have not declared their assets.
They didn't declare the asset number
and
one.
Those officials of the Unity Party government have not resigned from the.
They are staying there. They are having meeting today with the same president.
Exactly.
You get Amos Square, you get Reverend Nicot Tech, you get all of them. They stay there. They still hold a position.
Okay. So then, my original position within the 100 days of the administration that this was not a change administration or a government that would be transformative. And I got beat up. I got beat up by everybody. They keep saying nasty things to me, but I have kept my cool because I know the best evidence, as you know, Dr. Richardson being a professor, is time and the truth. The truth is constant, right? So now they are gradually coming to where I was because I've been around President Boycott. I've been around Sylvester Grisby. I've been around the political establishment for most of my adult life. And I know exactly that these people were not change agents, that these people were remnants of the neoconservatives that tried to rule Liberia since the end of the war, since 2003, because they've done nothing different They've been involved in 66 out of 68 concession agreements. They manage our oil blocks. The county development funds, 70% of the projects were either abandoned or never done. And then they had all this money in terms of official development assistance and foreign direct investments. They did not create jobs. They did not put Liberia on.
Let's take it step by step, because Uncle Sam, you name me a lot of stuff that I want us to take it one step at a time, right? Those that listen to us, that they can understand this. We can name everything for the past almost 10 months.
Yes.
Uncle Sam.
So let's start with asset recovery. Let's start with asset recovery.
Uncle Sam, wait. We name it today. February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, 10 months. Uncle Sam, in 6 days, it will be 10 months since Joseph Barker took over.
Right.
Okay? If we go by and say January, December, November, that would be 13 months since Joseph Barker won the election. Uncle Sam, the government been on a free fall. It started with what? The inauguration.
$600,000 unaccounted for.
Almost 600,000.
Yes.
With the formula.
Exactly.
And then call for investigation. Nobody know, and he started pressing Miata formula.
Right. And
free fall.
And then the monies that were taken from NASCAR to buy five vehicles.
Yeah.
Nothing has.
You know what Jeremy Pierre said? Right. We were able to retrieve a clip that Rishi said. You were coming on this one. Jeremy Pierre said we'll do the budget. We'll take that money and put it back in Social Security. That was a lie. Yeah. And they said it was the president that authorized Sylvester Graceway to go. It was the elected president, because he wasn't president at the time.
Yes. President-elect.
Joseph Brother was elected president. He authorized Sylvester Graceway to go take 5 cars, almost $500,000. So therefore, they said they will put it back. But you cannot take the people money and use the people money to pay the people money.
Yeah.
Okay. It was complete. You take the poor people money, and you turn around and say, oh, we'll pay. Then you take the same poor people money from the budget and say you're paying it back. What kind of nonsense is that?
Okay.
And they said the president, I want to bring that to Richard saying, Uncle Sam will come to you. Authorized, gave authorization, the elected president. Where on earth that you ever saw that happening? And up to now. So we cannot believe Jeremy Pierre. Because everything Jeremy Pierre have ever said, either he's not informed or he intentionally lying to the Liberian people. Talk to me, Dr. Richardson. We're going to have an interesting show today, folks.
So, every one of us that sit here today on this panel and, Liberians themselves, we want a good Liberia. We want good governance to prevail in our country. Okay. So we were trying to find the best, we're trying to very well of President Boakai to make sure, even though some of us deep inside of us, every time I hear Uncle Sam say, I sat in meetings with President Boakai and he didn't say anything. I read about that. I had that hunch, but I wanted to see a better Liberia. And I didn't want to say that. I said that in so many words, but I didn't want to say that. But when you said that you sat in meetings with him and, he didn't have a view or he didn't express himself or he was okay with whatever you said, it made me wonder. It was confirming whether he played a leadership role or does he have the potential to be a good leader? That's actually, those concerns that I had turned around my head. But as we are seeing, and, as I hear you guys, and I hate the fact that I said to even be on the show today because, it's like an opportunity, for things to be rubbed in, for someone to be stabbing in the back and turning the gadget, it's not a good feeling. And so we want this government to win. And people will come and say, because you didn't get your way. No. If Matthew Yamplu was explaining a protocol and he didn't follow, and he will come on the show today, he didn't follow it, then we can ask him, further questions. But what is becoming of a good government official? That's the question. What is becoming? So somebody needs to tell us that. Because they said he was unbecoming and he sidestepped the norms. What are those norms? Does this government have a norm of how to behave if you're a government official? So maybe when they're doing a press conference, they need to tell us, this is what we expect of you. When Matthew was hired, they need to tell him. Or maybe when Jeremiah come on, he needs to tell us, say, this is what we expect of a good government official. You should hear no evil, see no evil, and do no evil. You shouldn't participate. You should.
But so that's interesting. So now this is not right.
That's what we agree.
The government of Joseph Yeman Boakai, telling those people that work for him, when you see something, don't talk.
That's what.
When you see something, be quiet. When you see a minister stealing, be quiet. When you see a minister buying a $6,000 car, be quiet. When you see a minister taking $22,000 or $9,000, whatever the amount is, and saying he lied that he faced the role and he didn't face the role properly and giving contract to people and getting kickback, be quiet. When you see an LTA commissioner chair sitting there and he get almost $3 million from the same purpose in which you fire other people, be quiet. When you see an SOE director, managing director stealing, refusing to contribute to the government consolidated account, but buying those zero cars, you say the people must be quiet. When you see mess in government, is that what President Boakai telling us? People that have sacrificed in every way that don't talk. I will not talk to you. But hey, we went through George Weah for 6 years.
Okay. So Stanton.
No, let me land on this one. I beg you, sir. Okay. You want us to be quiet. You want people, because you get a job, you want them to be quiet. So are you giving a job for them to just shut up and allow your folks in government to destroy the country and lie and say they're bringing $25 million loan for student and student pay $4,000 each for another fake scam program, and you want people to be quiet? Is this the Joseph Boakai we have come to know? That we should remain quiet because President Boakai said, be quiet, and when you speak in the government, they will fire you, they will suspend you? Man.
So, but the question is then, we have had this norm in our government where you couldn't object. You had to, it was a so say one, so say all for the longest time. And I'm going to say, I'm sure you can attest to that. Yeah. People can't speak against authority. Children can't even express themselves in class, where it is seemed like the teacher is the authority in the class. So we will hope that there will be some kind of change, some kind of shift. There's some kind of tolerance of diverse view or dissenting views, so that this can help promote critical thinking. You cannot, in fact, I play devil advocates in my class just to get my students to think out loud. I want you to object to my opinion. I come prepared with yes and no answers. Okay, I know that there will be some certain people that will agree and then certain people will disagree. You got to be prepared for that, and you got to be able to explain in a way that people will filter and take what they want to take from what you have to offer. But to come and say Yambulu was unbecoming of the norm. What is the norm in our country? So say one, so say all, because that's the norm I know.
Okay. So Joseph Boakai has decided that he will be with the people Martin Colley and others call hyenas have hijacked. That he will be with the Sylvester Grace Bay, he will be with the Mamakas, he will be with the others, right? Who are not transparent and who don't do things in terms of good governance. That's the message, and that's the image he's thrown out there. Because when he comes out and doesn't respond to $12 million given to a bank out of our central bank reserve, and he gives, and then they are housing legislators at the same hotel owned by the man who owns this bank. The incestuous relationship, and incestuous mean people just doing things together, right? Then all of the issues in the 285 machines, we haven't heard anything about it. We haven't heard anything. Asset recovery, an important institution that Liberian people voted for to bring accountability and transparency, especially accountability to the past government, right? That is dead on arrival. We don't hear it. The young man, Mr. What's his name? Gonkwe, he resigned from that. Martin Colley resigned from that. You see situations where they're not doing anything about law and order, where they can go 3 o'clock in the morning, and take somebody who's been remanded to prison by the courts, take him out, and then cannot produce him, because when the court puts somebody in prison, he's not a detainee, he's a prisoner. It's only the court that can remove that person. And then they go illegally remove that person. And then we have not heard from that person. And there are credible credible evidence coming up from these lawyers that the man may have been killed. And the government has said nothing to this day. So it does appear that Joseph Boycott is siding with all of those negative influences. He's against positive influences like John Molu, positive influences like Mr. Gonkwe, and positive influences like Martin Colley. Martin Colley, who researched and demonstrated on many occasions the things that are going on that are not right, right? Then, to crown it out, the current impasse. The executive committee of the Unity Party met today under the gavel and the leadership of people who are within the executive with prominent positions. They have now resigned those positions and they are still in leadership positions. So Joseph Boycott has basically said, these are the people that on whose side I am. I'm not on the side of those people who genuinely wanted Liberians to be rescued. So Liberians are not being rescued, but Liberians are simmering. In fact,
you let us see up, and I want us to take this one at a time, folks. Share this show, because listen, you're home, you're chilling. If you're not listening to your music, listen to Spoon. Okay, a lot of stuff happening. Whether you're in position, opposition, no position, a lot of stuff happening. You can take your own to each his own. But what we see in Liberia today, we have not seen this on Charlie Quintan. To tell you the truth, you can talk about Mount Sally, you can talk about John Manawea. No, that's all right. But we came to rescue. We came to rescue. As in, do I know you want to speak on this thing? This gentleman, I want us to start with him. We're talking about the executive mansion, executive Unity Party executive committee meeting that was held today. We're talking about all the other stuff, people that are breaking the rule of law, the ombudsman just sitting there receiving free paycheck. He cannot do nothing. He just can't do nothing to Amos Twine. That Amos Twine right there. He can't do nothing to Reverend Tapper. Reverend Tapper, they're enjoying the will, the pleasure of the president. They are in the party and they're still holding on to the position. You can't touch me. That's the MC Hammer. You can't touch this. You can't touch me. And this is why we stay in our country. And the Joseph Boycott, we know that say he will fight with everything in him. He's there one and dine with them. As you can see, we were talking about that. We were talking about the House of Representatives, the back and forth, and the mission that ECOWAS came on. ECOWAS mission was a failed mission because, again, we'll let you know. I want us to start this show with this gentleman. This gentleman. It's on the Executive Mansion website. You can see it. It's there. It's on the website. As you can see, it's always important for you to understand why today, when you appeared on Spoon last night, today, the day you say you got no job, you suspended without pay. You spoke against the foreign minister. You said the Nicot Tech program was a scam program. You tried to save Liberians not to participate in that program, not to give the last earned money, to give the susu money, to give the hustling money, because they lied to them and said they'll bring them to America. They got $25 million loan. But he spoke on these things. The president of the Republic of Liberia, even prior to him coming to speak, he texted on Facebook and he said, this is a scam. The minister, Jeremy Pierre, told him, said, you will be fired for this. If you continue to speak on these things, you will be fired. And today, the president was okay to suspend Matthew Yenapu. A lot of Liberians are disappointed. Who should be suspended in this case? Matthew or Sarah? Who should be displaced? Matthew or Sarah? Who talked about bringing in 25 million fake loan? Matthew or Sarah? Who have allowed over 1,000 Liberians to contribute to this fake scam program? Matthew or Sarah? My Liberian people, let's have that conversation today. Also, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you, Stanton. I know you are referring to it as a suspension, but as we know it, the brother was dismissed. Like we all know, if President Boakai suspends you, what happens? And I feel for him. Before, we used to say RRP, referring to people who, pass out, say, oh, rest in peace. Now we can also say rest in peace to freedom of expression. President Boakai sends out a warning. Don't say anything. Don't do anything. You are under a strict order. And it is in a form of dictatorship where these things happen. I did not hear Matthew criticize his government. He only asked legitimate questions. And based on what he knew, he spoke to an act, one act of wickedness towards the people. President Boakai dismissed him for asking legitimate questions. What does this say about the government? What does it say about the government? It only tells you this is a government where you do what I say or you let go if you don't do. I think Liberia is taking a drastic turn. This is just one in many things that we see. I can say the government has completely broken down. I'm very sure those in power have lost it. In their mind, they have given up. They themselves can't even understand what is going on. This is not what the people voted for. This is not what they thought. Matthew is being dismissed. Sorry, I'm not going to use the word suspended because we know what President Boakai's suspension means. Simply because he dare ask any legitimate question that any fair Liberian will be asking. You brought a 25 million loan, you're asking people to pay all of these thousands of dollars, and we all here know how scholarship works, that people will come to America for work study, but then you go for 2 years school, then 3-year work. How is that a work study? They better come and say, look, Liberians, do not go for something that will make you end up regretting. He got fired. It is a sad time in our country. It is a bad time in our country. Very bad.
Well, thank you so much. As Dr. Rich is saying, what I'm hearing, Matthew going to resign. Matthew not going to say, okay, he's going to resign. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know what you're going to make of this. But if you know Matthew, this is one of the fighters that brought Joseph Boakai to power. I asked a question, and the Liberian people are going to answer this question in their own weak ways. Since the whole Nicot Tech thing happened, who should be suspended? He went for the lower hanging fruit and said because he broke intra-ministerial protocol. But the one that causing people to spend hundreds of thousands, you're not doing anything. Is this a serious government? Is this a serious functioning government that want to govern with the rule of law, good governance, transparency? Is this some kind of witch hunt? Yeah. Is there a spell that will flip over? That's the richest thing. I thought we should be celebrating Matthew. I thought we should be rewarding him for his boldness and the way in which he's speaking out. That we should have more Matthew. But to talk to us, we're going to have a wonderful show today.
So you would think in most organizations that they have like a degree of warning system. If you behave in a way that they are describing now unbecoming, if you behave in a way that you breach protocol, it would seem that someone will call Matthew in because we know that our government has been maybe authoritative government to some extent, that anybody who deviates from the norm, anybody who is not conforming to the norm, okay, you tend to be an outsider. You tend to be put out of the government. That's historically, that's how things have been in our country. There's always a have versus a have-nots. That's how I like to look at it. So it seems like they would have called Matthew in and say, Matthew, perhaps, you are making comments out there that we are not ready to address at this point, although we know you are right. All of the questions that you have about Nicot Tech, it is right. What you've said brought this to our attention. But it just seems like his behavior was not egregious enough to me to warrant this suspension without pay, all right, or firing, as some people can say. Okay, it didn't rise to that level for him to be suspended without pay, with the exception that they are sending a message that if you talk against this government, we are going to suspend you and we are going to harass you until you yourself resign. That's what I'm hearing. And then if they were to do it this way, just call him in, go according to a warning system that they have in the agency, I won't have someone that I said to talk about RIP, freedom of speech in Liberia. I won't have him saying that, because we are giving Isidore the glory right now for him to laugh and to say, I told you so, which I don't like to hear him say on this show. Because they have allowed, this whole situation regarding lack of freedom of speech to escalate in our country. So people now can argue that, you got to be careful what you say around the government if you work in the government, because you will be fired. So my point is, let's go according. If you are accusing Matthew for not going according to protocol, what does your protocol say? Does it say that you get suspended without pay? We know at what level. So that's my question I want to ask.
When we go to Uncle Sam, let's stick with the Matthew story a little bit.
Okay.
Because it's trending. Talk to us, Uncle Sam.
Okay, so by suspending Matthew and by Kula Fofana making the speech, it says that Joseph Boyka still believes in the $25 million loan and scholarship for Liberians, and that Matthew tried to scuttle that by trying to undermine that with the public.
Right.
That's the message.
Yeah.
That's the message.
Yeah.
Right? So he believes in whoever created that, whoever signed that, and then what they should be doing now from the government side is to give us some paperwork, like a memorandum of understanding or some kind of a project document that in simple English, tell the Liberian people what this is all about, and this that they really truly believe in it, and they put in the full faith and credit of the Liberian government on this Nicot Tech project to give Liberian government. So then it will mean that the credibility of the government is behind it. So God forbid, and something works against their interest, then it is them. So what they basically said, don't listen to Matthew or Yamplu, don't listen to Martin Colley, don't listen to Stanton Witherspoon, don't listen to Dr. Our tenured professor and others who studied in the United States. Don't listen to Uncle Sam with his big mouth. Don't listen to Isaac Joe. We have the answers. We are sure that this is a scholarship. Because what did this stand to? They invited this Ghanaian woman, and she came and resold us the bill of goods that they were selling. So Stanton, they believe in it. So if they believe in it, there's nothing I can do about it. They believe in it. So if they believe in it,
it's something you can do about it.
I'm saying, sorry, Steve, but Uncle Sam, even the woman conflicted the government story.
I understand all of that. I said, even with all of what she said, the contradictions and the uncertainties and a lot of the things that were spewed there, the president broadcast still continues to go along with this, so he believes in it. Now, does it mean he's unsophisticated? Does it mean he doesn't know? And does it just so all of those things are playing? So Matthew is an unintended victim or consequence of this. So from my perspective, the Liberian government said they believe in this. So who am I to say in the all of the evidence that we have seen that there are some troubling challenges to this thing and some lies. But the government of Liberia is telling its people Matthew Yamplu tried to scuttle the scholarship program that they're bringing for 250 Liberian people. President Joseph Gima Boka will live and die believing that this is something good for the
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You're a Liberian, a statesman. People can say anything they want to say, but I do respect you. You've been in the grave and back in politics in Liberia. What I tell you now about this leader, Jose Iman Boaka. What was that? Did you hear the question?
I didn't get the question repeated. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying what I tell you about Jose Iman Boaka. Everything that he believe in it, what I tell you.
That you continue to support President Boaka, right?
What I tell you that everything that just happened, knowing very well, this a fake, the news carrying it, people researching, but President Boaka is taking a position to say, as you said, I believe in Nicot Tech. I believe Nicot Tech at 25 million, like he said in the recording. I believe Nicot Tech will take 250 students from Liberia to America and Canada. I believe the student will not pay nothing, but yesterday the student pay money in everything. I believe in Sarah Yanti Beslow. That when we talk about the passport issue, they lie on her. When the children talk about her education credential, they lie on her. When the children talk about Sarah going to Carbon and other places to take money, they lie on her. I believe in Sarah. I will hold Sarah till I die. What that tell you about Joseph Yiman Boaka leading him to suspend this person that came out openly to condemn this act of massive corruption in this country?
Hello?
It let you losing us.
No, it's okay. I think I'm okay now. Okay. It says that he believes in Madam Sarah Beslow Yanti. That's it. And you can't fault him. This is somebody he believes in. He believes in Mamaka ability with the 285 machines. He believes in the 4 billion refinery. He believes in these things. Now, I have my opinion that I have expressed consistently about the sophistication or lack of sophistication of Joseph Yiman Boaka, his indecisiveness, his limited worldview, and his limited understanding of global business. But that's my opinion. And I stand by that. I've been seeing this, for how many months now? 10 months now. I have said it consistently. So there is nothing that I'm going to say to the audience, especially for those who believe in President Boycott, instead believe that the rescue train is on the right path, to change their minds. But I have my own opinion. And my opinion is that he's not a man with a good understanding of global business. He lacks sophistication. He's limited in his understanding of a lot of things. And the country is suffering because of that. That is my position.
Asido, let's come to you. Same question. What I tell you about this form of leadership? I know people are going to beat you about George Monoware, but we'll talk about George Monoware later. Let's talk about what happened today.
No, but the facts are always there. So, few things. I will say three. Number one, it tells me that the president is aware of the scam. He is a full-fledged member of the scam, and I'm sure the scam is going on with his consent. Number two, it tells me that the president is a person that does not take anything outside of what he thinks is the best. Meaning, nobody tells him anything. He is like a dictator and a person who says do and do, never ask any question. Number three, it tells me the president is running a government that is, I'm not sure which other government I can compare it with. And one where in no one there says anything outside of what is known to be said by those within. As long as you say the president is the best president, you are good. When you come and say president, XYZ needs to be looked at, you are gone. It tells me that he's part of this, he is aware of it, and he knows everything that is going on. And yes, Stanton, I know you said it, and of course I agree with you. This is about the current issues of our country today. It's not about the past. It's not about Ellen, Todmore, whoever it is. But I will say this, allow me to say this, please. It's not about those things, but just to throw it on. Once upon a time when the past government was going after Alexander Cummings, go on my Facebook page. I was one of the critics of that. I felt that didn't make no sense for us to waste all of the time onto going after Alexander Cummings. I was in government, no one took me there. Once upon a time, Jefferson Koji descended on the justice minister. He had a press conference against the justice minister. Nobody took him from there. So yeah, these are the realities of the happening, not the propaganda stuff. Yeah, we are. The brother is gone. I know people will keep referring to it as a suspension, but take my word for it. It is a dismissal. He's not coming back. He's gone. And why was this wrong? Why was this wrong? To ask legitimate questions, to talk about something that we all know is a scam, that is wrong. If he had come to actually praise that, oh, he will be a good person. Oh, yeah, Matthew man, he good man, simply because he took the other road. So, oh no, that's the crap he committed. Sad. Very sad.
Then, Richard, what I tell you about this whole thing, the same question, and a lot of folks, we will go to the phone now, they will speak to this thing. It's trouble in our country. Nobody shouldn't say anything. Nobody should say fine. When we come on the show and say, when you see something, say something. President Barker said, don't say something. When you hear something, say something. President Barker said, don't say something. Go back in Jade and talk su. If you say something, we will fire you. We'll suspend you. We have to have some order here. We got to protect each other. That society bush. You do me, I do you. You protect me, I protect you. That's how we have come to govern the nation. Dr. Richardson.
So, Stanton, there's something about human nature. There's something about us. There's something about leadership or being a leader that it is sometimes hard to say, I made a mistake and I'm sorry. I made a mistake and I am sorry. Most people, most leaders do not like to do that because it touches that insecure part of us as a human being. Okay. When we say we're sorry, we admit to guilt. Okay. We admit to wrongdoing. And people sometimes who think that they have this God-like syndrome, or sometimes they feel like this, powerful nature, they don't like to say, I'm sorry. But President Buckeye, all he could have done, all he should have done, was to come to the Liberian people and tell us, I know how education is so important in Liberia. Everybody wants to educate their child. Even the poor people, the people who don't even have enough money, those people will struggle if you have to sell something to make sure that the children go to school. Okay? And all he would have said, muster up the courage, call the same Jeremiah Pia, the press conference, the same Spoon Network, and say, you know what, my people, I made a mistake. Nicot Tech was a mistake for the following reasons. One, they asked, they're asking my Liberian citizens to pay money that some of them do not have. They're asking you to produce a bank account statement that you cannot produce. They are telling you that you will go to America and you'll be given $100,000 loan. That is likely not to happen because in this country you have to have some sort of credit or something, a job or something to get $100,000 loan. Yesterday somebody mentioned a credit company that you can go and apply to. So I just, for the sake, because I've been in this business for a long time, this education business, and I have 4 children who are in the business of at the age where they are getting credits all around, and their job is important that they have a job. In order to, most of the credit companies are kind of, oh, your job history. So it's important that job history aligns with your credit report. So I applied to this credit company and I was not eligible. Okay. So I don't know what technique or whatever I didn't use I said John Doe and all of that stuff. But this tells me that this credit company isn't something that anybody can get for free. They want information from you. And I go back. There was a young girl who was at this conference, at Nicot Tech conference, and I keep on coming back to her. She had a question to ask, and I'm glad they gave her an opportunity. The boss of Nicot Tech called her up front. It was very impressed that a female came in to ask questions, which was great, But I believe at the end of the interview, she said that she did not qualify or she didn't meet the criteria for the loan because it said that she had family in the U.S., which means that she was most likely not to return to the country if she was to be given the opportunity to come to the country. I've never heard of such a thing before, So that was one way they eliminated her application. But what I'm actually asking President Walker to say, we made mistakes in these areas. We brought in a Ghanaian company to do something that a Liberian person could simply do. Prepare you, give you all of the information that you need for coming to college. We got Sarah, young people who are doing this already. We'll have my government will be responsible for hosting Sarah workshop, Sarah Zoom programs. The education department will do that. But he could have said, I want to make it right with you guys. We blunder. We made a mistake as a government, and we want to make it right to you guys. And I believe that Liberian people forgive President Booker. They're going to be able to work along with him. And especially if you would have said, I'm going to ask and charge my education department to make sure that we provide you with the right information, or to make sure that we provide this amount of scholarship for Liberian children, Liberian students, to make sure that we get our ambassadors around the world to talk to schools in order for our students to get scholarships. They would have forgiven him. But again, this whole issue about feeling proud and not being able to muster the courage to say I'm wrong is where we are today.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Richardson, I will say this to you. Listen, anybody can go online, like you said, and do these things, right? To apply for scholarship, and the people, even that school, going to help you. You know that, right? Mm-hmm. They will direct you. They will help you.
Yes.
They will tell you need to do X, Y, and Z. What you need to do with the embassy. If you get family member, it's not an excuse. They will be even happy.
Yes.
If you get somebody can stand for you financially. Mm-hmm. So that is a scam. But what personally a lot of Liberians, why Joseph Boakai should be even part of it? That it took him there. And not because of that, a lot of Liberians are concerned and say, but wait now, what happened here? Look at this letter. I want to put the letter up. The letter from Matthew that came in today. People are thinking and say, well, hey, why are we doing this? What guys, people are wondering, why are we doing this? The man just came to say the program a fake program. And you're going to suspend him and say he broke protocol? I mean, I'm trying to upload the letter because we get the letter of resignation. I'm trying to upload it. I put it in the chat room because I want to upload it and we read it. But Uncle Sam, something have changed. This is not the Joseph Boakai we have come to know. Something have changed. The man talking about a fake program, preventing. Matthew is trying to prevent failures in the government. Matthew is doing everything to say no. My people, you don't go for it. I've been to Europe. I've been to America. I studied there. And because he said that Jeremy Pierre that been here in America, that have his family here, Jeremy Pierre that got people going to school, and he going to school here. He went to school here. He want people to believe that program is a real program. How can Jeremy Pierre treat? And I don't think it's well for anymore.
We have engaged earlier this group called Nicot Tech. And Nicot Tech invests heavily in helping countries to train people in the STEM program. STEM means science, engineering, technology, and math, right? So what were they able to do? They formed a 25 million non-collateral loan. What is the loan going to do? Recruit students, they come into America, train them in the different disciplines under the STEM program. It's 2 years to get a master's degree. After the 2 years, what the program requires is that those students will stay in America and enroll in a practical program that will allow them to work for 3 years. Meaning the whole process is a 5-year process. 2 years in the classroom, they give you your degree in engineering, in something that has to do with technology, in something that has to do with mathematics, and then after the 3 additional years of working in the US, the goal is you must return. When the Americans are laying emphasis on that we got to ensure that when the people have their capacity built in this way, they will go back home.
So let's put in. I think Isaac Vase, he want to come up, but the studio is full. No, the studio is not full, Isaac. The link is in the chat room.
The studio is full. We don't want it in here with good.
I see that. That's where you're going back and forth. Yes, the letter, folks. The letter that Samuel Steve signed, acting Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. Yes, the letter. The letter that I say Matthew Nyamplo, and I'm going to call on Brother Matthew to resign. Because no government, which is so structured and disciplined, should do this to someone that is trying to help our country. Uncle Sam, okay. I'm going to call on Matthew to resign. Okay. Seriously, this thing must stop. Whosoever decides to run this government, they can run the government. Okay. But 6 years, we'll be here by God's grace. Whosoever think that they are there right now, that they can disturb and destroy the country and bring back the old attitude of covering up corruption, Matthew should resign. Anybody in that capacity that you think that they are suppressing your right to speak about good governance, resign. There's the letter. Mr. Matthew Nyamplo, Assistant Minister, Minister of Information, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism, Monrovia, Liberia. Mr. Nyamplo, The president has been informed of your recent actions, which are tantamount to a breach of intra-agency communication protocol, a disregard for best practice norms, and gross insubordination to your superiors. Ergo, by directive of the president, you are hereby suspended without pay from a position as Assistant Minister for Information Services at the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism. Your suspension is effective immediately and will remain in place while an investigation is conducted into additional acts said to have been committed by you. What are the additional acts? They will let us know. That present to be inimical to the responsibility of the public officials, particularly one serving as a spokesperson. You are asked to turn over any and all properties as well as documents of the ministry in your possession to the minister or his destiny. Sincerely, Samuel Stikwa, Acting Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Republic of Liberia. Uncle Sam, we have hit a bad place in Liberia right now.
Okay.
Talk to me.
So Stanton, this does not show the 50 plus years in government that President Boyka claims to have. This is not appropriate crisis management. And let me speak to my Liberian people. When something like this happens and there are clear public concerns, and even if you believe that the direction that you are taking is good for the country, for the sake of just not argument, but just to be safe, what a good government does, announce to the people of Liberia that the relationship between the government of Liberia and Nicot Tech is being reviewed, that you are temporarily suspending all activities and no Liberian should put their money in there until the relationship is reviewed. That can take forever. That means you protect Sarah, you protect Jeremiah Pia, you protect Matthew, and you protect your loyal people like Martin Colley. So when that thing gets off the website, you don't take any action against Mr. Yemplu, okay? You don't make Sarah Besler Yanti to come and make any long explanation. That thing, it dies and the government goes forward. But by suspending Matthew Yemplu, what the government has done is say that we believe in this program. There's 100% of our faith and credit in this program. We'll pursue it to the end. What will happen? And for their sake, I hope doesn't happen. If this thing turns out to be the scam that people are alleging that it's a scam, it will further undermine and erode the popularity of this government, because it will have been a pattern of getting involved in things that appear real on the surface. They did not do any investigation, and this one. So this is poor crisis management, Stanton. Very poor crisis management. And the fact that Sam Stikwa is asking Matthew to turn over. When you suspend somebody, you don't ask them to turn over all the government things in their hand, because this suspension is temporary. But there is some degree of permanence of the separation between the government of Liberia and Matthew Yemplu. So they're firing, like my colleague said, this is not good crisis management. It doesn't show any experience in crisis. Madam Salif had issues like this. All she did was basically temporarily suspend the relationship between the government and the affected company, and that thing dies. But to suspend a vocal minister, and Matthew Yemplu is not going to go down without a fight.
Uncle Sam, he's Elder Sam. We again. Listen, it's up to him. But I believe with this kind of disgrace and this kind of running of government, and I'm surprised. You know what? I think Glenn was right. Maybe Jeremy Pierre, these things are done intentionally because he want to protect his job. I said, though, let's talk about this letter. We got a lot of stuff. Glenn, welcome to the show. We got a lot of stuff to discuss on Isaac. Let me put the letter up. We read the letter already. I mean, what do you make of this suspension letter?
Well, first off, I listened to Information Minister Mr. Gerald McPierre, who said the Americans are placing strong emphasis on this. He meant after the program you've worked, after the work to return to your country. Which American talked to him? Which American really talked to the minister to say, oh, the people must go back? You know, this is just crazy. No American man talked to you on anything, but you came on here making us to believe that you've spoken with an American that told you that the people must return after their time in the U.S.
And I said 10 seconds of your time, because I think you raised a very important point.
Right.
Yesterday on the show, the American have to send an investigation to the Minister of Education asking them, I say, what kind of nonsense about scholarship you're talking about here? So why is Jeremy Pierre lying? They send the people, I say, you're quite correct, to the Ministry of Education just to inquire. So when he said they place a strong emphasis that the people must come back, did he talk to the American? But go ahead. I just wanted to add that piece. But go ahead, Isaac.
Oh yeah, it's I mean, Minister Pierre would need to slow up a little bit. He has been saying a lot of things which will always turn out not to be correct. He is the Minister of Information of the government. He needs to slow up a little bit. But let's go to the letter issues. After you put the letter up, the people saying because of this and other things. What are those other things? We are still to know about them. We've not heard anything of such at all. The only time warrant of this brother to be dismissed, again, I will always say, I will refer to this as dismissal, not suspension, because we all know for the fact that this brother has been dismissed. Simply and only. Stop hiding behind something else that is not in public, just so people can be thinking, oh, maybe he did something else. No, he didn't do nothing. Yemplu didn't do anything. We are all over in this government. If Yemplu had done anything, somehow, some way, someone here who have heard about it, who have known, someone who have told somebody something, he didn't do nothing. The only thing he did, warring his suspension, and I would call it dismissal, is simply because he spoke to a scam. And it only tells Liberia that the president itself is into this whole thing. It is so shocking. How would the president take his administration into this route? Just see the country. See the government. Uncle Sam said it right. That does not equate to anyone who have had experience in government even for 1 year. I don't believe so. Not less to talk about somebody who instead of 40 to 50 years of government experience. This is not how you run the government. Everything in the government is absolutely the other way. It's like you're walking with your back, with your head behind you. You don't even know where you're going. The brother came up, you suspended him. You can't say, oh, this plus other things you've done. Maybe so somebody can say, oh, maybe the man did something else, or not only this. Well, that's what he did. The brother even came and said, listen, I'm not speaking as a government official. I'm speaking as a Liberian, and this as a Liberian. At the end of the day, the brother is gone. Look at the letter. I was reading the letter when you posted it myself. I started thinking and say, but who wrote this other one here now? What exactly trying to convey here? Like this is crazy. This is crazy. I don't know. Maybe the government needs to have a reset. Probably take 1 month off and try to relook at things again. Probably when the
government took 1 month off. So the government took 1 month for who to cut it.
No, the government can give the each hours across the board the power to be running things here while they're really looking at if they want to be a government or not. Because as of now, I don't believe they have a government. This is not
no, it's troubling. I said this is not a joke. It's troubling. Dr. Richardson, I see you reading that letter 4 times because you quit to read wait, but Dr. Richardson, you're running away again. You can't do you, then you run away.
No, sorry. I hit the wrong button.
I see that you read the letter because you read faster than some of us with all the many people you greet. Dr. Richardson, I think this is nonsense. I think our country, I reached a place called nonsense right now. So nobody might talk. Dr. Richardson, look at this letter. I mean, what can you make of this letter?
There are a few questions that I have about this letter, and I would like to ask Mr. Yamplu about. I want to know, what is the intra-agency communication protocol? Do they tell them they're not allowed to speak, or they have to define their thoughts that in a way that aligns with the government? Did he feel that he disregarded best practice, and or was he grossly insubordinate to his superior because he spoke out? He spoke for the Liberian people. So those are the questions that I would like to ask him. But in all Stanton, what I'm observing is there's this ego issue. It seems like everybody have this big ego issue. I don't want to be wrong. I want to be right. Okay? I'm the authority here. I'm the boss here. Okay? And so if you go against me, you will be fired. If you say something I don't like, whether you right, whether you wrong, you'll be fired. I, to conclude, believe that Matthew's behavior was not egregious enough to fire him. This has escalated the problem. This has exposed the government to a place where now we are feeling or thinking about freedom of speech in our country. If they would have, and Matthew, he fought for this government. He knew to be a hard worker, a strong worker, and he said on this show, whether he is in government or not, he will survive. He's educated, he can do his own thing. And this is, what promotes his independent thinking. He's not relying on the government. He's not waiting to shine, in other ways. He doesn't have to be in a government employee in order to shine. Like maybe some people feel like that's the calling. It appears that is not his calling. So it's like there are a lot of ego issues. Like, I'm so and so. Do you know who I am? A popular phrase in our country that is going on here. I'm the boss. I'm the minister. You don't talk back to me. You don't disagree with me. And disagreement happens everywhere in the world. It's good. It's good to have divergent opinion. It strengthens organization. And that's what I have to end here.
Dr. Richardson, glad welcome to the show, man. It's a bad day today, but it's a good day somewhere, and I hope you're feeling good. Next time you have that bad dream that you had, please. But go ahead, let's talk about Matthew.
So we want to talk hello to everybody. Doc, how are you?
I'm good, Jenny. How you doing?
So the letter also
insults. You say hello to her?
Hello, Isaac. Hello, Uncle Sam. Hello, Stanton. Hello, everybody, I said.
Now, how was your dream, by the way, Glenny? How was your dream?
But the letter, let's focus on the letter.
You saw your ex-husband in your sleep. You dreamed you saw your ex-husband in your sleep. How was it?
I called the police on him. You can't say it. I called the police on him in a dream. I think you were to the wrong house.
Glenny, you said that.
You had nightmare in your house.
You missed it, man. You missed him. That's what happened.
Then the last focus here. But basically, I don't even know who it is. But listen, on a serious note, I found this letter insulting to our intelligence. I'm just gonna say that it's when I'm even reading the first paragraph, where it says that disregard, and when they use the word inimical, what was it that he said that was harmful to the government? What was harmful? And then when you come and write a letter and say that the president has been informed, and the president is saying, okay, we're suspending you, but Pia already sent him a text message and said, if you continue to talk on Spoon, you will be suspended.
That's right.
So that decision was made by Pia and not by, we have to speak truth to power. The decision was already made by the minister proper and not Joseph Boyka. Pia already made the decision and said, if you continue to talk, and you speak there, you're speaking, and you say anything about this, you will be suspended. You will lose your job. He said it to us last
Let
night.
me ask you a question. So are you saying that maybe you could be right that these guys suspended this guy without Joseph Boyka knowledge?
I'm gonna go off the back that I think Joseph Boyka, it's possible. But I'm just saying, when you're reading the letter and they're now linking it to Joseph Boyka, the decision to suspend him was already made by Jeremiah Pierre. Pierre already said that we will suspend you if you do this. Was it Joseph Boyka who did it? So now to go back and say that Joseph Boyka saying it, I think it's just a matter of formality. But we're not stupid people, and this is wrong. And then when you also say who, and even with the people who work with Pierre, let's stop at Pierre, who work outside of Liberia. Where is it that someone will do wrong, you will suspend them immediately without pay, and then you say we'll investigate? So what warrants you not paying him? Have you already done an investigation to say that this man is wrong for what he's done? You have not investigated him, but you're saying we're not going to pay you. I mean, who are they kidding? Who are they fooling? Who can read between the lines? This is not how a progressive government runs. It's so irritating when you see these kind of things, when people are supposed to know better and they do this thing and think that everybody will just accept what they're doing. I get that maybe he should not have spoken because he works directly with the Ministry of Information, but he felt that he wanted to speak truth to power. Unless there is some classified information that you're giving him, that he had, that you say now he's not leaked to the public, then you can hold him responsible. But the man already said, I am not speaking on behalf of the Information Ministry. I'm speaking in my own name. And then Pierre decides to suspend him, and then they link it to Joseph Boyka. No, Pierre suspended him, not Joseph Boyka, because it was already done. It was already meditated. It was already acted upon before he even left the show last night. And this is wrong. You don't go and say somebody is already guilty, suspend him with no pay, and then you say we're going to investigate you. So like Isaac is saying, they've terminated him.
Yeah, he's not coming back. But I will say to you, Glennie, seriously speaking, Joseph Boyka suspended him. Joseph Boyka fired him. I'll say to you, it's a good way to put it. Maybe you are right. But everything is from the president. Pierre probably he suggested it. And the letter, listen, was done by Samuel Stickwat. Listen, this is just an embarrassment. You can tell Sarah that Pierre friend, that Pierre's sister. Pierre got angry. Pierre running the show. Sarah, that Pierre's sister. So everything Sarah told Pierre, that what Pierre said to us when he came on the show. But then they go for the lower hanging fruit. And there you have it. They say we're going to suspend Matthew. And Matthew going to resign. Matthew going to resign.
Sure.
Matthew is educated from Europe, America. He can come to America, nobody's stopping. He's going to resign. People went to Liberia to sacrifice and contribute to the country. It's not about the paycheck. Do you know how many bad stuff that happened to the Information Ministry and people kept quiet? Do you know how many bad stuff that happened over there? You know how many money they went to the bank and collected over $30,000? And they took the money, and they took the money in the club, by the way, and they used the money and start drinking liquor with that money? While Jeremy Pierre was here in America, that I have to call Jeremy Pierre, why they couldn't suspend anybody? And they cover it up. They don't let them talk their thing. To be fair, you don't let them talk this thing. You know how many people are so hurt right now at the Information Ministry, but Jeremy Pierre doing everything to cover it and make it look good? I mean, how can we come here to sit and encourage this wrong?
You know,
they didn't put a letter about the 30,000 that they received for tourism. Where that money going? Can Jeremy Pierre talk about it? The deputy minister was angry for tourism, and all the people were angry.
Yeah, that was the World Tourism Day. The World Tourism Day money they received.
Yes, the World Tourism Day money.
Mm-hmm.
What did they do with that money? Where's the money? Oh, they didn't tell Joseph Boyka about that one, right? I mean, everywhere get mess. You try to say that work with the government, but everybody eating. make us to talk, my people. Let me also go and make the correction about the money. Water is in their money. The people that were in the nightclub drinking that evening, why they had a whole program. The deputy minister that was in charge refused to get the money. Vendors came looking for the money. Is this the government we came to rescue? We came to rescue the people? What become of that $30,000 that the finance ministry had to find that evening? How did we get here? Let Jeremy Pierre come and talk that one out. You go to Jeremy Pierre and ask him for the 30,000. Can we talk about everybody that go present to Mecca, to Mecca? The amount of money they charge every entity, every ministry, just to appear in from Mecca? What are they doing with that money? Nelson, if we have Asif in the back, please bring him on. What are they doing with that money? What about the money, that the media intelligence money? What are they doing with it? Just stop the mess, man. We fought for Joseph Yima Bwaga because we believe in change and hope and rescue and think Liberia and love Liberia and build Liberia.
And Stanton, I don't want to cut you off, but you just said something that I want to come with. The issue of change. Many of you guys genuinely believed in the issue of change for our country. You fought to bring this government in power, not because you just hated we are all love Joseph Barker. No, but because you actually wanted change in your mind. But the question now comes with the issue of Barker. Is the president real about change? I would say no, Stanton. Any president that is serious about change will disregard Liberia's age-old protocols that have been built around lies and corruption in government. But the action of the president today, it shows he is deep-rooted into Liberia's problem. Imagine, the president is protecting Kamara at LTA. The president is protecting Double Jala at LRA. But the president is dismissing small and poor little Yemplu who came to say the real truth, to save the face of the government. It only tells you the president's own interest. The president's interest is not about the change that many persons thought he was about. No, he does not represent change. He represents the old order, even worse to the old order. If you can protect Kamara, whose name is in audit report for millions of dollars, and then dismiss a little guy who comes on to say, you know what, this is not good for you Liberians. You be the judge. You look between the two things. And you know, Glendy, you know, why do I so hate to agree with my sister Glendy? But I must agree with you today. Before this letter came up, the information minister came up and said, you know what, you will be suspended, meaning that was already done. Was it approved by the president? That is a big question mark. The fact that even before the president heard about it, someone had already told him, man, you will lose your job or you will be suspended. It only tells you how the government is going. It means that the very information minister knows what the president wants. And that's why he will speak always the way he always spoke. But the truth of the matter is that, listen, this was done. It was already done before the president even knew about it. It is not the president who came and said, let's do it. People have already done it. That's why the information minister said it to his face before this was done. It is a sad time for our country. And of course, the president is not about change. Not at all. He's about the old order, and it will get worse. It will absolutely get worse. I can tell you. You look stormy.
Again, as I always want to say, this is the Spoon Talk. I'm going to show you that we are here for the Liberian people. When we smoke coming out, they say Sunday good, Sunday bad. I will not end that one. When they ask if I will end that one, because you get no cover. You say both city key, Sunday good, Sunday bad, but they go, man, we'll leave that one. But you give me one to say welcome to the show. I said, why you in studio though? How you doing?
Man, I'm excited to be in studio. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you are very clear.
Wonderful, wonderful. I just want to get the experience of being in studio to know what it's like. I know, people are saying it's late, and some people have been fearful. But I think, given the situation today, honestly, I feel safer in any environment around town compared with what it used to be just a year ago. So it's
Super.
wonderful to be here. I'm excited.
So the thing that Fambula said, the
Uh-huh.
representative said, that he's not safe. That's why he's
Yeah,
in
here's
the.
what Joshua will make you get in
Blah,
trouble.
blah.
Can you speak to that?
When you be going on tomorrow and the people do something to you, don't come here to complain.
Fambula said the district number 7 Bond County representative Fudi Fambula said the country is so unsafe he got to sleep in hotel. I mean, then what say you?
No,
You say the country
no.
is safe.
Famule, let's be honest. When Famule came the first time on the show, we really appreciated him. We appreciated his articulation. We praised him. But where Famula is right now, he's so entrenched in his majority black renegade action. I don't think he's thinking well. So he will say anything to justify their presence at, you know, whatever hotel they're staying at and whatever money they're spending, maybe unnecessarily in some people's view. I don't see why they are not executing what they're supposed to execute. I don't see why they're not listening to the
We'll
ECOWAS.
come to it. John, hold on right there. We'll come to it. We get all the
Oh,
letter, ECOWAS letter, everything. But I said, let's get you on this gentleman that came out yesterday. I said, listen, this program is a scam program. It's a fraud program. I know it. I can testify. Today, he was suspended, and now we, according that he should resign, and we're hearing that he will resign before the night end. I mean, what say you?
my thing is, as a regular person, you definitely can speak truth to power, right? If it's your truth and how you perceive it. As an official of government, and I believe didn't Jeremy Pierre come on one on the Maker show and kind of explain about this program? So if your boss comes out first and basically saying it's a government supported program, because from what I hear, the government is not spending any money in the program, then for you, if you find out, it's a scam, I think it's your responsibility to engage your boss or engage the powers that be. But you cannot come and repudiate and basically dismiss whatever it is in the public space. Sometimes you got to toe the line when you're with institutions and you're working. Now, most times I don't like institutional stuff because I like to be a free speech person. I like to have a free mind, be able to say whatever I want to say. But he's an official, he's a mouthpiece of the government. So I don't know that was appropriate. I think if they're saying suspension or investigation, that's fine. If they just firing him, which I think it sounds like the action without pay, and they will investigate all the people we know who have been investigated so far. We're not seeing it around. So maybe it's a style. Maybe the president doesn't like to.
But I understand. Go in the society bush, talk about it, keep quiet. Only the minister there to come up and lie. Because everything the minister say, either he did it intentionally, or he didn't know, or he wasn't informed, right? But what we are saying now, I think the minister just planned to lie on behalf of the government. And Jeremy Pierre is your friend, is my friend. It's okay if I say he's lying, because the action right now to text the gentleman and say, listen, you posted something on Facebook, we'll fire you or we'll suspend you. He threatened him. The gentleman came on the show and spoke the same thing. He said, listen, I went to school in Europe. I went to school in America. I see scam. I know scam. This is fake. This is a scam.
Okay,
You put that minister in the back and say, my man, listen, here we are. Let's discuss it. Who you think the government is protecting even more? Abba, in this scam.
Look, in anything there are order of priority, and anybody here who work in government or in any kind of corporate situation can attest to that. There are some people who are untouchable. There are some people who are just at a higher echelon within the ranks that you don't just impose on them or try to make them look bad or stuff. So there are sometimes corporate cultures that exist like that, that when you go against the grain, you are automatically, dismissed or not involved. And it's just the reality of, these institutions and government. you know, and we know right now this government is not a together government. There are different elements in the government fighting each other. And so if they want to be
Who
on one,
created the fighting? No, who started that fighting? Who brought them together? Who made them fight?
I know one person who is an instigator is somebody first like you.
No, it's not me. I didn't hire them, Ava.
No, you didn't hire them.
Government. The person that hired them is
whether you
all the
like it or
person.
not, whether you like it or not, the presence of this government has a lot of weight on your shoulders. You help the government. You know, for 6 years, the people had they beat me for this CDC government. I just helped get to power. Beat me. So you take that beating for 6
So
years.
I'm not taking the beating. What I'm saying is that the people that hired them, right? The president that brought them into power, look on the other side brought Sarah in. Look on the other side brought this person. If this guy messing up the president, if you want to save the state, if you want the right thing to be done, he should, let me finish with Ilana. He should be able to take action, but not cherry pick. We can go down the line, but we get all of the House of Representatives the issue. I just want to give you a few seconds here. He shouldn't cherry pick, right?
I agree with that.
The issue is that it's a fraud program. It's a scam program. The woman came to the library and said, we get no $25 million loan. You were on the show when Jeremy appeared. He said it's a guaranteed non-collateral loan. He said the American government is even asking us that the train will be able to come back to Liberia. That was a lie. The American went to the education ministry and said, what the damn thing you're talking about here? This is a scam program. And we get all the information. But then you leaving. There was people, those ministers that bring in disgrace to your government, just say you're my black president, okay? And you go for the low-hanging fruit and say, intra-office communication, you broke that rule and law. Hey, man. So, something is not adding up. And that's why I asked you, who Joseph Boyka protecting here?
Sometimes you can be 100% right, but when you violate some institutional things or principles or, like they say, rules or procedures, the people, especially if they upset with what you did, they will fire you.
Let
me ask you one question. I didn't listen. I heard the people had, I don't know, a town hall or some open, communication with the public. Did they say this is not, there is no loan for this program? Did they say that?
Hold on 1 minute. Just hold on, yeah? And I hope you think when you're in studio, you'll be able to listen well. Just hold on 1 minute. Let me play something for you, brother Alva.
It's not a loan company. We are in a facility.
How about you listening, right? I'm about to play again. Listen,
I'm trying to hear her. She's low, but I'm trying to hear her.
Please, be fast and listen.
It's not a loan company. We are in a facilitative role, bringing partners together to help the youth of Africa.
Abba, it's not a loan company. We are facilitating, bringing partners together to help the youth of Africa.
Right. So, are some of those partners lenders to lend you?
I will give you the woman number that you go call her and ask her.
Because how do they expect the kids to get into school?
That's the question you should ask the government of Liberia.
Let me Pierre and go ask Sarah, your friend. Go ask them.
The government of Liberia question that you're asking.
Sorry, my sister will answer. I'm a sister.
So Stanton, I want you all to listen to Ava. Ava, when you go home, I want you to take your time and replace this show and listen to yourself again. Listen to you defending the old order that had always been wrong with our country. See you justifying, let me just end. See you justifying the fact that Yemplu works within the government, so he does not have any right to say anything that he sees as a person as wrong. Ava, you are the same very Ava Toba on the show who attacked me and saying I do not have the moral right to criticize this government because, unquote, I did not criticize my own government. Although I'm on record of criticizing my government's turn of going after comments. Today you are here now telling us, oh, it is okay. Once you are part of an order, you must abide by the rule. You know what, Abba? The reason why Liberia is the way it is today, it is exactly why you are defending. The reason why Liberia is the reason exactly that you are here saying, according to you, once you see something that is bad and you are into that, you must shut your mouth. That's not what we want as a country. If Liberia will have a change, We must depart from those things that have made Liberia to be the way it is today. I'm disappointed in you. And of course, you can see how I don't want to use the word hypocrite. I shouldn't use it. So you can get mad at me. But to admit the truth,
there is nothing to be mad about.
What do
you are
you
defending all of the things bad in our country that have been bad from since Liberia gained independence, for which Liberia is the way it is today. Oh, again, it is okay. When you see someone stealing, once you are in a government, pull your mouth and shut up. If you are see somebody doing bad, once you are in a government, pull zip to your mouth and shut up. That is everything wrong of our country, and that's why today we are here. Ava, you should be a little bit embarrassed.
I can go now.
Ava, way, my man, way back. We don't plenty way enjoy ourselves. So I said, do feeling that I can't to Asifa.
Thank you. You know, sometimes I pity my junior brother with my same name because of his lack of comprehension when people speak. I explicitly said, if you have an issue with decision within your government in which you work, gather your facts, gather your position, and take it. And Jeremy will be a boss. Let's assume that he presented everything to Jeremy, and he never responded to him favorably. He did not have to go to the president. There's an elevation. Where did the letter come from? Didn't it come from the Ministry of State? He could have gone to the Ministry of State. He could have gone to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and made the case, the elevation in the ranks. He should not have gone public like that. Isaac Doe is the one being hypocritical here. What did he criticize his CDC government for? I don't see anything to substantiate that Isaac Doe with the murders that went on, with even my situation where they wanted to kill me, and more, and you know me, you should be my late piggy, and all the other things that went on. I never saw Isaac Doe taking a stand. So he has no moral right, like I consistently say, for him to be here and to be talking. I'm saying there's a process when you're part of an institution or organization to follow. Yes, I can speak truth to power and say anything to any government anytime. I'm not involved in any institution per se. But take the instance where, you know, an institution I was with made a decision. I did not disagree with the city with ANC when they supported CDC. No, I simply made favorable statements of the UP government because I felt the UP government would be a better government than the CDC government, even though the ANC decided to go in that direction. And there was no mandate that we could not speak, but I did not go and specifically criticize or decry the ANC decision. So if you're part of an institution, you got to respect second principles.
So no, can you give me like 10 seconds?
We got to move. We got plenty of news.
I promise, 10 seconds. So, you know, Abba, I'm not going to go back and forth with you with that.
But then don't say anything.
It's okay now. Let me have 10 seconds. I'm not going to go back and forth with that comprehension. There's only one person who I'm sure that, like, when people listening now will be confused as to what it's saying. You didn't say the man should not come to talk, but you say the man should not come to talk. I don't know which one exactly you want the man to do. Now you say there are channels he needed to go to. He shouldn't have come to the public, but you are not criticizing. Which one are you criticizing or not? This is the fact. According to you, simply put, brother. According to you, once you see something, don't talk. Simply because, let me end.
I can help you.
Let me end. According to you, when you see something, don't talk for the good of the people. What you need to do is go into the small closet and go through the channel. But you shouldn't come to the people so the people can know. That's what you say. Now, if you go into the channel, we will not know. That is not talking. The only way we know is talking.
Yeah, let me say this. I said, though, we got to move on. I said, though, thank you. We got to move on. But I would say this, totally I disagree. If for us to build a better Liberia, we should speak on these things. And I think the government should encourage us that when we see wrong, when we smell wrong, when we taste wrong, when we hear wrong, we should speak. If Matthew Yamplo go in the corner, they will cover it. Don't you think Kula Fufana know that you're saying that this is a scam? But listen to Kula yesterday. She said it's not a scam. Don't you think Jeremy Pierre in the corner, he telling somebody that this is a scam? But when they come on camera, they say it's not a scam. Don't you think they know that this is an embarrassment for the government? But guess what happened? They want to present the government like the government is fighting this scam. It's an embarrassment. But we beg to leave on this conversation. We are calling on Mafi Yamplo to just resign because I don't think they're going to call him back. I don't think they're going to call him back. We are calling on him to resign. This too must stop for our country, Uncle Sam. This is an embarrassment. Our sister Glenn said maybe the president didn't know the guys and did it among themselves. Probably it could be true, but it's on the president.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Yes, so let me make it fast now. We got to go to the hospital.
The last question is directly to you. Okay. What is this? I really want to understand what is the scam here? What is the scam?
Okay. So again, we're not going to have a new show on this. If you go in our chat room for the last 3 days, all the posting are there. If you follow the last 2 days of Spoon Talk, you will hear it better, brother. Then when we have you tomorrow, maybe we can go over it.
I know there are some issues, but when it says scam, there's some monetary thing behind it. What is the monetary scam in this thing?
Abba, because let me say this, right? They had a press conference yesterday. I posted the time in the chat room. You said you're going to monitor it. Obusai and myself said it's all in the chat room that you're going to monitor it. So I posted the time.
You did.
Okay. So the issue is that sorry that you're busy, you didn't monitor it. But what we are saying here is that it's a complete scam. The $236 that they're taking from the student, right? From Liberia. They say it's not refundable. And after the notes came about, they said we'll get your money back. Up to today, the students say they have not received the money back as if they are charging students $1,000 extra for housing. But if you go on the presentation done by several Beslo, Yanti, and the rest of them, the students shouldn't be paying anything. If you go down the line, everything Jeremy Pierce said and Minister Beslo Yanti said, the lady that came, go watch the interview, the prep, is contrary to everything they have said. She have gone contrary. So it's a complete scam. These people don't have money in the bank. They do not have no collateral loan to give. There's no documentation to prove of that loan. It was just a big scam. Yes, a catch. They awarded the $236. At the total, it might came to a little over $4,000. That's what they wanted. When they get that $4,000 times, now there are over 1,000 students in the chat room. So you do the math. $4,000 for 1,000. You're talking about almost 400,000. Am I correct? Right?
Yeah, the multiplication correct.
So at the end of the day, they walk away with almost $500,000, knowing that nobody will come. Yes, the other scam. They say they got school they're operating one year in America. The student asks a question, what about Pace University? That's not our school. What about Hope University? That's not our school. But show the list of your school. Or go in the bag and talk to the lady sitting out there. But they cannot announce. They all both say, okay, my mom filed for me on the loan. Then she said, you'll turn the camera off. The lady telling the journalist and say, you'll turn your camera off before I answer the question. So I told Nelson, I said, Nelson, don't turn your camera off. They went high on Nelson. I said, Nelson, let them kick you out, but do not turn your camera off. Because I will watch
you be having a public thing and say turn camera off.
But then you tell me it's not a scam. So because the journalist then refused to turn the camera off, she didn't answer the question.
Well,
Bonnie,
yeah,
we got to go. Let's give you the last one on this one. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, CEO, for the opportunity. Let me just quickly use the opportunity to say hi to the panelists and say hi to my dear brother Asif Atugwa for just speaking truth to the power. Let me say this so that I bring people listening to me. Let me assure you tonight, 100%, that this government will never, I repeat, never intentionally engage in any scheme to hurt the Liberian people. Let me assure you that 100%.
Scam unintentionally?
We never intentionally engage in any scheme.
Was it unintentional?
I'm coming. If for any reason, the government come to the realization that engagement in certain things is not right, we will own responsibility and we apologize to Liberian people for our mistake. We are not running a perfect government. Let me speak to the people. So let me speak to the people.
We get you. Let me apologize. We get a busted. They apologize.
Let me speak.
Apologize.
I'm not speaking to the
So
I'm not speaking to the
government that's responsible and not checking to make sure these things are legitimate.
Vanny, can you speak to the RCF before you go to the Liberian people?
No, I want to speak to the Liberian people. I want to speak to the Liberian people. I don't want to speak to the panelists. I want to assure the Liberian people who elected Joseph Newman Boakai. That President Joseph Newman Boakai.
Funny.
Yeah.
The one thing I would say, this government as a whole, and I've said that from the very beginning, need to do more due diligence in any engagement.
Thank you.
Any engagement. Because listen. Some of the forms I have seen, I think I saw the form with Samagwen. Where you need Samagwen or where you need, there's a form. Somebody just sent me another form that they completed with Fugazi. Fugazi in New York mean like they just fooling you, they vla. Okay. So for these forms to be passed over there and they say, oh, you got scholarship, or you got 2,500, something's wrong there. So the government may not know you may be right in terms of not knowing, but sometimes you got to test a system before you give the system to your people. And that's what my position is.
Let me conclude. Let me conclude this. Don't do this to the Liberian people. Senator, don't do this to the Liberian people. The Liberian people need to be a show. Don't do the Liberian people, Senator. Please help me, Mr. Toba. What Senator is doing? No. What Senator is doing is to prevent the Liberian people from hearing the truth. Sister Granny, I'm your beloved brother. Do not join Senator to prevent me from speaking to the Liberian people.
So you don't expect us to sit here as panelists and let you tell the Liberian people what you're telling them and we don't say nothing about it?
Don't say yes, I'm just appealing to you people to get a direct message to the Liberian people that this president.
Vanny, allow us to ask you questions, Vanny.
I'm not even saying anything. You want to ask me questions, stand up.
Yeah, the way you started saying,
I did not even conclude. Stand up, want to ask me a question. Let me say this to the Liberian people. The government will aggressively go after opportunity for the Liberian people. But in that such opportunity, if the government comes to realization that certain engagement has certain issue, the government will take responsibility. The government will always come back and say the truth. But let me warn people in government. You will respect.
Vanny, take time. We got one person that running the show. Vanny, take time. We got one person that running the show. I beg you, take time back. Yeah, you will talk. You will have your time.
Mr. Toba, can you best stand up for me? See what's stand up to me? Vanny, please best stand up for me. He's in meeting.
I ask you, Vanny, I ask you to come on the show because I love you like brother, my man. You come on the show, let's talk Liberia, right? I know you coming to appeal to the Liberian people to forgive Joseph Boakai and the government. That's fine.
No, I didn't say that.
But hold on, brother.
Okay.
Everything you know about the whole Nicot Tech thing, I want you don't appeal to the Liberian people first. I want you to speak to it. Does it look legit to you?
Let me say this, this government will continue to search for opportunity for the Liberian people.
Answer the question.
I'm coming to the answer.
Vanny, we all can play that thing. Vanny, we all can play that spin, my brother. Nobody.
What is spin? Don't please help me. I've said nothing.
Vanny, win that.
Nobody can help me, brother. Nobody can help me on the shop, Mr. Toba. Please help me. Nobody to never help me. Your last. You know you are very true. You want Senator to cut me off tonight and I allow me. You still don't know what I'm doing.
Mr. Saki,
you call it man. You call it man. Senator, let it man
I'm apologizing. I'm appealing that the Regency. Please help me tonight. What Senator is preventing me from doing?
Information to Liberian people is not correct. If the Liberian people feel like they were unintentional in the information they give Liberian people, then they should come up and apologize. Like I said.
That already is what I said. The government will continue to go after opportunity. In an event where the government comes to the realization that you are searching for opportunity, something is not right. the government will come back to the Liberian people and speak the truth.
What just happened? The man came out and said this is a scam.
For the brother, I want to say to you, Mr. Asif said it right. I work in government. I work with.
Why are you yelling?
I'm not yelling after door already. Not easy, but please help me. I know you the wrong man. I was really asked to help me, but after door.
Why are you yelling, my man?
Because everybody's trying to prevent me. I said, "Don't please help me." I know it's not easy, but Sinija will help me.
Why are you yelling? You're yelling.
You can't get people going in the club.
The government unintentionally brought scam.
I didn't say so.
No,
I said I used the preposition if. I said if.
Why are you yelling?
I said wait. Fine. Let's have some decorum. Okay?
Yeah.
Let's chill a little bit. Number one, you are too loud. You're louder than everybody here. Can you check your computer and work on your button?
Okay, yeah. Sorry, yeah. I got it under control.
Thank you. Number two, can you just answer our question directly, Vani? You will come to give the people the greetings and tell them that Christmas will be fine. We'll give you that time. Can you just help us understand? Do you think everything you have heard, you have seen concerning Nicot Tech, do you think we have a problem as a government with this Nicot Tech?
What I can say to the Liberian people and the students, if the government reach to a point where it got issue with Nicot Tech, I can assure you that this government will come and give nothing but the truth to the Liberian people. As for now, continue to trust every information from our government because the government will never deceive the Liberian people.
So again, my question to you, do you think the information on Nicot Tech is a legit one?
I want to encourage the Liberian people to continue to believe in the government based on every information provided today. If anything changes in the future, the government will speak the truth and nothing but the truth.
So help us, oh God. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shameful answer there. Shameful answer. Shameful answer.
Granny, hold on. Let's welcome Mr. Dwadu. Mr. Dwadu, you don't work on a Saturday. Say you get a $295,000 job.
I know.
You come late on the show. You used to be the first. You don't work on a Saturday.
Late.
You kind of late. I hope you're home and you're not giving our show as an excuse. And you're asking that Dr. Beauplan to give our show as an excuse. But welcome to the show, Mr. Dwadu. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Hey, the fugitive. Mr. Fugitive, you better leave me alone, eh? I have no say if you're talking to me all day. No, Stanton. I'm a little ashamed of my brother Vanny Saki on this very topic. As much as we support the UP organization, we got to tell them how it is. I want to see 10 seconds of my time about Vanny, if he can answer my question directly without filibustering me. Vanny Saki, this scholarship here, if you look at inside Google, that's scholarship that's really good for the people in Liberia. Yes or no?
The government always go after good thing for the country.
Look, my thing is, let me say this. My thing is, look, the government, I know Honorable Bwaka is trying to pursue things that are good for the country. But when you bring something that was not vetted properly and it's wrong, they will be equally willing to tell the Liberian people, what is that thing that is good, that everybody else is brushing around it. We had the press secretary came and said something. We understand what Jeremiah Legipia said on the show. And we understand what is happening as it relates to the scholarship. This woman is refusing to allow journalists to record what they're saying. Number one. Number two, this woman is refusing to be open. What are the university? What are the contract you have with this bank? Where's this money coming from? What are the agreement? Publish them if they're all legitimate. We are not saying this is wrong, but we just want to validate what they are presenting to our people. That's a fair point, Vanny. Do you disagree?
And I agree, Dwada, and when the verification is done, the government will speak the truth and nothing but the truth.
It should have been done before, Vanny, before they bring it out before.
Let's move on. Vanny want to say thank you for joining. The same thing to you, our brother, Mr. Dwadu. Folks, we want to say thank you for joining Spoon. We got maybe another 50 minutes to do this show because right now it's 11:07 in Liberia. If you head with us, we're going to be going to the House of Representative issue. Before we do that, I want us to just move a little bit on what we saw today where they have an emergency executive UP committee meeting. And there was a lot of takeaway. My takeaway when we talk about the ombudsman in the country, these guys that work in government, again, they taking pay, but yet and still, they are officials in a political party. We saw this picture today, it's trending, it was troubling to a lot of people. They are sitting with the president, Reverend Nicot Tech, the most two high-ranking UP officials, Reverend Nicot Tech, and that of Amos Square. They have refused to resign. The president himself asked them to resign, asked them to be law-abiding. They have refused. And also in that meeting, you have a bunch of them that are still holding political in the government position, but they are saying they will not resign. You know, I want us to talk about this a little bit, and let's see, man, are we serious in this regard? Why they are not resigning? Why do you think they can fight the person that was appointed to ask them to step aside? The Unity Party government have taken them to court and said, we will take you to court. We are not listening to the president. We will not resign. So Dr. Richardson, Dr. Richardson, let me keep you for last. Let's go to Brother Vanny Saki first. You know, we all fought for this government. I want to go to him first because, you know, and then we hear from the rest of us. Vanny, why are they not resigning? What do you know? What can you tell us?
So now you know I'm an independent. I only support the President Joseph Newman Parker and the Unity Party because I feel that, and I remain committed to that belief that President Joseph Newman Parker is the best for the country, and he will deliver in the next 6 years. We'll all look back and feel proud of the decision we made. But let me say, don't make use of our court system. If anybody thinks that these individuals are violating the Constitution and occupying position they're supposed to resign from their party or was, I'll encourage the public to take advantage of the court. You know, I just want to believe that there's a conflict between competition between Joseph Mabonka, the president of the Liberia, and these individuals. I encourage the Liberian people, if you think that these people are occupying any position that contrary in the Constitution, I encourage you to take some action, go to the court, and don't use the court. But I think you know, man, I mean, my brother Amos Sweat doing an excellent job. We can look at the price of gasoline today on the market.
No, we are not talking about the job. I know we take that as an extra speed. We are not talking about the performances at the respective area. What I'm saying, we love this president. We fought for him. We believe in him. The president said, be law about it. The president appointed them. After they had the retreat, the president asked them, if you're holding position, step aside. As of today, you think it's insubordination, it's disrespect. That openly they are challenging the court to step aside from a political position while they still hold governmental position. Vanny, don't think about, you know, the goodness in the office.
Let me say,
embarrassment to say Yumabwaka.
Let me say this to you, President Joseph Newman Parker enjoyed what the guys are doing at their very position, and he's appointed them. And think about this. Don't forget about all these spinning and the opposition propaganda. Stanton gave me a job to be the janitor at Spoon. Then somebody saying Stanton asked Saki to resign because Saki going to the church, and Stanton don't want Saki to be a Christian, want to be a Muslim, but Saki challenging Stanton that I can't resign, I can't leave the church, and I'm not leaving the job that you gave me to be Spoon. I mean, what people want to believe the kind of
the president is not asking them to resign, right?
The day President Joseph Newman Parker come to the point where he feels that these folks are in violation of the law, he will take appropriate action.
So hold on, as per your example, the president is not asking them to resign. The president was bluffing. So the president was just bluffing. He was just giving up.
I don't have any record of President Joseph Newman Parker saying to anyone, to say to them, there's a gossip. I don't believe in rumors and gossip.
Well, what is a gossip?
If the president believes he's appointed them, when the president comes to the point where he believes that they are in violation of the law, he will take action. I trust President Joseph Newman Parker, and I believe in him.
We got to go record. You don't have any record concerning why. That if you work in government and if you hold political party position, you should resign. You don't have any.
It's an issue of law, and we have to carefully look at the law. And the president feels that in violation, the president will take action.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson.
You know, listening to Fanny, with all due respect, Fanny, is so disappointing. For you to come here and tell the Liberian people that what the government told them about Nicot Tech is valid, and I believe you live in this country, that you cannot come to a United States university without an I-20 form or without an affidavit of support that will validate, okay, your staying in this country, and also that you are able to pay the people's tuition, the university tuition fee. You know that, okay? Yes, private company can present a workshop that will help students to navigate the way to get into the U.S. embassy, to get into universities, to get a visa to come here. So when you come here and then support this government and say yes, this government was right, and until due time, this government will let the Liberian people know the responsibility of the government is to protect its citizen. When we go send money using MoneyGram, the first thing you can see, do not send money to people in prison or anywhere else because this is a scam. When universities was having problems and people were protesting at the university, the first thing, they preempt the situation. All of our staff got an email saying, please do not speak to the media. Send them to XYZ person. That was a preempt behavior right there. Okay, because they don't want so many messages like we see coming from Jeremiah Marapierre, coming from the Ghanaian woman, coming from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You don't want that for your citizens. So this government is supposed to be protecting its citizens, and it's not doing that. But then you hear telling us that, oh, if the government, when they find out they're wrong, they will correct the wrong. Do it before, not after, when people have spent their money. When you say that you reform people's money, that's people's hard-earned money. When you know that you're sitting down with people who broke the code of conduct. Let's get back to the last comment of the last segment. There were 2 people, the president said that they broke the code of conduct. And he sat with them today as if nothing was happening. So now everybody can break the code of conduct. Everybody can break a law. Nothing's going to happen to you. Your president is supportive of this. And I expect you to be fair to the Liberian people. Talk it, okay? But when you come here, you want to protect our government so badly. It's scary. It's really scary. You make me wonder. You really make me wonder. But thank God there's other people on the show that will speak truth to power.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. I'm going to go to Sis Glennie, and we'll bring you Uncle Sam. Glennie?
Let me laugh with my brother. I love my brother, Fanny. It's clear that you're in a tight spot. But when people believe in you and believe in your integrity, you have to be able to speak truth to power, whether you supported Boyka or not. And for you to say that the government will not unintentionally or knowingly do this, it's almost like this is a pedestrian government, that they're just initiating things and not doing due diligence, not checking to make sure that these things are valid. If the government is doing it wrong, then what would an ordinary citizen do? So when you say, oh, if they find out and they do it wrong, they will come back and apologize. We're still waiting for the yellow machines. We're still waiting on the buses. We got school issues. They still have not come to apologize. President Boyka has not addressed this. So we hear somebody, I get it. And I also want to ask Ava, because he talked, we passed that. The burden of proof is still on the Minister of Information with the issue. We've passed that issue. But it's almost like we get that he probably should not have done that because he worked directly in the ministry. Okay, he did that. So what was the due process afforded to him? That you just suspend him, you issue a letter to him, you suspend him, and you say, without pay, but we're going to investigate you. These things that this government is doing, when we know better and we know how it's supposed to be done, we need to speak to it. Clearly. The spot where you already tight, I will not tell you where you here tonight. We're talking about it somewhere else because you're in a tight spot, unfortunately. But your character matters because we believe in you. And so whether Boyka government is doing it right or doing it wrong, we know Vani Saki. We've listened to him. We followed him. We want to hear what Vani Saki has to say. That would be the truth and not political with this situation we're in. I think it's wrong with what the government is doing. And I don't know. And then specifically to Boyka is the president. If Boyka has allowed these people not to resign, who is it on? It's on him. It's on him. He's the president. It's like I said, unfortunately for him, starting Monday, I will start calling him Bobo President. He has John George Weah.
Monday. You stayed there yesterday, then you said starting Monday.
Starting Monday, I will officially be writing at him as a Bobo President. I will do it. Because the country we want better, the change has to start from us. And whether we're able to effect a change or not, the small talking we do, somebody will listen to it. Yeah. And we hope that President Boyka can listen, because the way the government is proceeding is not correct. It's not a progressive government. The things they do wrong, ignoring and thinking that Liberian people don't know better and they're just doing those things, it's not correct. It's wrong. And when they do wrong, they need to correct it and not act like the Liberian people will ignore what they're doing.
Granny, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Uncle Sam, man, you've been quiet. Talk to us.
Well, I've been quiet because I basically looking at political zealots, come out here and try to portray things as if they're living in an alternate universe with alternate facts. And it's very disgusting to see that kind of behavior when we were accused of the same behavior. When Joseph Boyka won, I wasn't having sleepless nights because I knew there were transgressions from my side. And if you notice the first 4 years of the George Weah administration, I was probably the most vocal critic of the government. It was only after the implosion of the CPP, under the tutelage and thing of Joseph Boyka, that I went and endorsed George Weah in June of 2021. In June of 2021, I organized a national economic dialogue and gave them an opportunity to retool the government and do some things. And they didn't, and I left in September 2019. The record is there. So when people come, political zealots and jingoists come and to accuse me of being somebody who was perennial and verbose ardent supporter of George Weah. George Weah, I don't have a good relationship. George Weah has not given me a dime in his whole life. In his whole life. I bought drinks for George Weah in Ghana. Okay, and in South Africa, when Liberia wanted to play there, I paid for the whole Lone Star to the Sankar nightclub. It cost me thousands of dollars. He's never given me a dime. Let me tell you something today. Let me tell you something. I know Joseph Yuma Boyka better than all of you. Okay, I've sat in room with George Weah. I was married to his niece. Also, when I was a young man, as director of price control at the Ministry of Commerce, he was LPMC managing director. We were on the rice committee after the rice riots. He never spoke. He saw no evil, zero evil. And in the first 90 days, 100 days of the administration, when I saw, number one, and you gotta give me 2 minutes, please. When I saw that he appointed a political committee instead of an asset recovery team of forensic auditors, lawyers, investigators, people that can press cover, I knew he was not serious. Asset recovery, dead on arrival. Before he came to power, the inauguration, $600,000 disappear in thin air. No one, the report was not released. Then Sylvester Griswold wrote a letter to NASCAR, hundreds of thousands of dollars for cars. And then when you came into power, you started to hijack people's cars in the middle of the street. You call that asset recovery. Then you came on February 19 and made some kind of idiotic announcement about 285 yellow machines without PPCC, without project document, and you say, oh, the job that I can pay for it, and I started to criticize, and everybody was angry with me. You think I care about people being angry with me? I don't live on anybody's dime.
So let's go now. Let's go to
No,
the next.
but this is important.
Uncle Sam, you finish.
Okay, so this thing, I'm not seeing this as a scam about the scholarship. But when a Liberian government, and I'm Fanti, I speak Twi, when the Liberian government has to go to a known scam artist, Mrs. Okamse, who was arrested in Ghana for trafficking, human trafficking, and bring her to Liberia as a savior of Liberian students. Sir Beslow and our family are very close. And I don't think she meant anything bad, but I don't think she did herself good without going into the background of Mrs. Okamse. Mrs. Okamse is a fraud. She's a fraud. Then you take the Ghana people who don't like you and bring them. If Joseph Boyka want to get scholarship for Liberians, bilateral. He can go to Brazil, he can go to the United States and talk to the Department of Education people and go to the top schools and ask them for scholarship. Bilateral relationship. Instead of going to a Fanti or a kind woman.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
That call herself a pastor, and you bring her to Liberia, and the people that don't like you to fool you. I don't let my Fanti people to fool me because guess what? Guess what? They don't like us. They don't like us. And they think we're stupid. They think we are nothing. And you go to them so that one that somebody can get to 25 million. Where's she getting 25 million from?
I said, don't talk to us. Talk to us, Isaac.
So the Unity Party appointed an ombudsman to enforce the code of conduct. The Unity Party sued the same ombudsman that the Unity Party appointed not to enforce the code of conduct. Sometimes I wonder if this is a serious government. This is not a serious government. It's not. I ask everyone to go back on Spoon and listen to the tape when President Baikai was speaking today. President Baikai was speaking when we have my own brother Amos Twe, who is the managing director for LPRC Bahim. He had the chairperson of the Unity Party, who is I think board chair for NPA. You have my brother Mo Ali, who is the head for Water and Sewer Sitting. And then the Papa was talking about code of conduct. People should respect the code of conduct, but the people right near in the setting. What kind of a serious government would this be? And let's see one thing. Unity Party today held its meeting in a hotel, not even at its party headquarters. I want to believe that UP, since it came to power, had not had anything at its party headquarters. The people, men and women, the downtrodden who voted for this party to power, always at their party headquarters. They are always there. But you know what they decided to do? To go into a hotel when AC blowing them. Screw you, UP partisans who are at the party headquarters. We were set in a hotel to have our meeting. Think about that. When has United Party started having meetings in hotels? Oh, now they are in power now. They can go to hotel to have meeting, leaving their party headquarters. That in itself tells you they give a dime about their own partisans. How will you take your first meeting, I will say, to a party headquarters, to a hotel? When your party headquarters is there, your partisans are there. What sound does it? I mean, what kind of government is this? The president is talking about the code of conduct when the very people who the code of conduct refers to were just sitting right by him. My people, you appointed someone to enforce the code of conduct. You sue the same person not to enforce the code of conduct. This is not a serious government. It is not a serious government. What did they go to do to hotel to have meetings? When? When the United Party start having meetings in hotels, people. Only now they are government now, so their partisans don't matter anymore. Their party headquarters is not conducive for them to sit at anymore. I mean, everything about this government is just going haywire. It's all going wrong and crazy. And crazy. It only tells you the people don't forget about the common people. No. Y'all can go sit to your party headquarters or Broad Street at your business. Every time UP wants to meet, they will go to a hotel. They are in power now. You don't matter to
You
them.
do the intentionally
Crazy.
or what?
Very crazy. Very crazy.
Thank you very much. I don't know, but maybe two of you are talking to the same female, and your teacher or your wife now with the same girlfriend. I don't know. Whenever I say don't talking, you must say something.
Forever, without realizing what I'm on the show.
You know that Uncle Sam that talk for more minute. You know that Uncle Sam that talk for more minute. You want to make that comparison with Asido. Asido didn't talk too long. But anyway, let's bring in Ava. Ava, this issue again that we you know, the ombudsman, people that don't want to resign, but we get the code of conduct though. Why are they going against and you know their own president and making this kind of argument that they are not going to resign?
That's where the strength of the presidency comes in. Look, the thing is clear. These people should not hold positions in the party and hold positions in government. They got to give up one. And if President Boyka can press them to voluntarily do it, then he has to make them do it. To me, it's simple. You choose to be a party leader, or you choose to be a government official. It's the choice. And I don't know that the ombudsman can force them. It's the president, because they serve at the pleasure of the president. So if it displeases him that these folks are both, you know, and they are violating the code of conduct, it's clear. So, you know, there's no real back and forth about this. The president just need to make the decision to fire them, or we need to just pass that into an automatic law that once, you know, people come to power, they cannot be that if they're appointed in that, automatically they should be fired. But again, it's the executive that
automatic law. It already there. They say automatic law again.
I'm saying where they just automatically remove. The president doesn't have to say anything. The president cannot take that position.
Okay, prior to confirmation, right?
Yes, if that person don't confirm that person, if they stay holding that, you know, party position, they got to officially publicly resign. You can reappoint them to that position if they pass confirmation. But we can't have these.
I survive before we move on to Mr. Duado. Why should people? Maybe this would be a bad question. Why should people do Jose Imabwaga work? Why you throw this to the ombudsman instead of you, the president? You should be able to step up. You should be able to call them and say, "I need you guys to respect the code of conduct." Why, if the president that should be speaking now found reason to put an ombudsman got to go to court? Why we got to drag this thing when Joseph Baka can call his own party chairman, his own secretary general, and say, guys, you are going against the code of conduct. We need to be law abiding. This is what the party is about. Why the President Barker will not do these things to already kick the can down the road, that somebody should bear that responsibility and somebody should take the blame and say, yes, they didn't do the work. I mean, why the president just can't come on and say, Reverend Tappet, Amos Twain, Chairman and Secretary General, make a decision in 24, 48 hours. I mean, ask if I talk to me on this.
Look, sometimes some people personality just can't change. But I think the president needs to re-image himself into a hard, don't care leader and make sure that the things that are right, the things that he stands for, because obviously he stands for them to not be in both positions. But to take that terminal action has been evading him. And I don't understand. I'm a little confused like you. If I tell you, say, look, my piggy, that particular garbage can there, move that garbage can to net. And you move that garbage can walk out there, I'll conk in your head 50 times. You don't want to conk your head, I will conk your head. The president needs to take action. These guys can hold these positions. I'm sorry. They just not complying with the laws. They need to take the president needs to take. He needs to act. There's no if and or but about it. No kicking the can down the road. He needs to act.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Mr. Duado.
Spencer, let establish certain truths that are constant, that is not going to change. Anybody with a clear mind their support for Honorable Boakai was not for the ascendancy to the presidency for Honorable Boakai. It was for the elevation of Liberia, and we believe through Honorable Boakai, this should have been done. Let me repeat. We did not support Honorable Boakai so he can become president. We supported Honorable Boakai so he can change the direction of the country. And we have to understand something. These truths are constant. They're not going to change. And every time we forget this, Honorable Boakai is the man that sits at the helm. I, for one, do not play blame or subordinates to the extent that he is capable of. At the end of the day, Honorable Boakai directs the direction of the country. He has to talk about what's happening in the country, if it is negative or positive. It is his job. I don't delegate that task easily to subordinate when you become the president of the country. You must direct the country in a direction that elevates the population. Can we ask these questions and say all the brouhaha that are happening in the country is elevating the people of the country? Those of us that continue to push for Honorable Boakai and say, Mr. President, please, we too that supported you, we are on the line. Because if you just allow something to feather continuously and nothing gets done about it, people will just do what they want to do. Why would you be talking to a subordinate whether he or she resigns? Is that even a question? Is that a question? We shouldn't even be talking about this.
It's okay. You need to end now.
You understand me? Is that even a question?
Okay.
The question is, I agree with you.
Okay. You need to
stop disrupting.
Yeah. Listen now, I agree with Isaac. Here's the thing. I agree.
I will stop disrupting, man.
But now, here's the thing. If we put it on the show and somebody talking for 1-2 minutes, you pass it on, the show becomes fluid.
I look at it.
It's for everybody. You see, it ain't really 2 minutes.
Okay.
It becomes fluid.
I see you 7 the show myself.
I like that you, my man. You will be talking, repeating the same
I will stop the 7 the show, my man. We got to
show. Wait. I say.
Please tell your brother when I'm saying something that he go patient.
But don't say it 20,000 times.
I can eat up his conscience, but I will always do it because I'm for the children, for the Liberian people.
I get pride. If you know that,
I should take you let it better close.
If you notice, it's so you can take time going forward. Just wait when you get to 4 minutes before I can talk. Because, guys, I found it personally extremely disrespectful if somebody want to talk for 5 minutes when we 10 people on the show. That's just me. It's not just Ase, but Ase does it egregiously to the point where intentionally, they say the over. Ase, the recitation is tired.
You don't control how
it's tired. And I'm not controlling the show. Watch your time.
Thank you, So, Vanny, you spoke on this thing first, so we're not coming to you, but we want to go ahead with the House of Representatives. You feel with the majority of black. The sister, Dr. Francine Chinaway. Man, let's close on the House of Majority issue. A lot of stuff happening, though. The ECOWAS people came to the country. The mission was a failed mission. How so? Let's put this up. These are some of the recommendations. Points for negotiation of a resolution to the political imbalances at the Liberian House of Representatives, which is so important for you to understand. One, the official complaint. The parties agree on the following. They met them yesterday, Dr. Richie. They got 6 major counts, majority black and minority black. 6. This is what they agree on. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the final agreement in from the ECOWAS delegation. Now, when we were small, Granny, we used to watch that show, Who Broke the Law? Maybe you guys know. And they say, who broke the law? Now, one doctor in that show broke the law. If you ever live in Liberia on a Saturday evening, when that movie come on, everybody be running with all the dwarfs chasing the doctor. Dr. Morris broke the law. I think that was his name. Now, let's explain the story and see who broke the law. The official complaint against the speaker will be dispatched to the office of the Honorable Speaker with immediate effect by the majority black. 1. The complaint that they have, they agree that we send a complaint to Speaker Fonati Kofa. They all agree. 2. The Honorable Speaker shall respond to the complaint in writing, recusing himself from presiding over the House during the period of investigation. They agree. We send a complaint, Fonati will receive the complaint, and he will reply. You agree, Samuel Koga? Yes. You agree, Fonati? Yes. They all agree. Number 3, member of the 55th legislature shall resume plenary sitting in the main chamber of the Liberian House of Representatives. You agree? Yeah, we agree. The 43 men and now they live in the place they are. They're going back home now. They're going back to the main chamber. They agree. 4, the deputy speaker shall preside over plenary during the period of investigation into the charges against the speaker. For that, you agree? That Thomas Fala resign. For that, you say I agree. Samekoga, you agree? That for that, you agree that you will cooperate. Samekoga say on behalf of my 43 men, we agree. 5, the duration of the investigation shall not exceed 2 weeks. You agree? We agree. In 2 weeks' time, the thing will be resolved. 6, the security and safety of the members of the House will be assured by both parties in order to maintain the decorum and dignity of the House. You agree? Glenny, you agree? Yes. Azedo, you agree? Yes. Azeva, yes. Dr. Richardson, yes. Vani Saki, you must agree because you're only 43-man black. Vani Saki say I agree. Some of all that belong to no political party and independent, we standing out as witnesses from the outside. But everybody else agree. They left from there yesterday. They all agree. Then what happened today? Dr. Richardson, what's your takeaway? Real quick, just 30 seconds quick. Let everybody do the quick takeaway from this CISCON. Then we will bring in the different letter now that changes things today. What's your takeaway? A beautiful CISCON though.
Yeah, I'm happy with the agreement as I saw it. I'm happy to hear you say that they all agree. I think this is fair. That we've been calling is consistent with what I've been calling for. The 2/3 members should agree to remove the speaker. That's what I've been calling for, the rule of law. So it's consistent with what I've been thinking about and what I've been calling for.
All right, that's Sister Glenny. What you make of this, Glenny? The CISCON.
Juvenile. They're acting like juveniles. They agree on something, they break, they say something else. What's there to say? It's a disgrace for me.
No, we're not there yet. We are saying it look good, right? The CISCON look beautiful.
Yes, it looks good.
I agree, right?
Yes, it looks good. It looks good.
And both of them agree.
Yeah, both parties agree to it.
Uncle Sam.
Look, this reminds me of Akosombo 1, Akosombo 2, Abuja 1, Abuja 2. Okay, from what I understand, the warring factions were going to room. They were agreed. They were signed. And then time to implement, they don't. That's how the war lasted for 14 years. The same thing is happening apparently with this impasse in the national legislature. Well, it is so simple to resolve this thing. If you believe that Fonati Kofa should be removed, there's an article in the Constitution that says that he must serve for 6 years, but if you want to remove him because and have 49 representatives, that's the law. Okay, so you decide that anytime 37 or more people, half of the members of the House of Representatives, they don't like somebody because the perfume stink, his honor stink, he got bad breath. Okay, you can just decide to meet in another chamber and remove him from there. But this is the lawlessness of the Unity Party that began under Ellen Salif. Removal of snow. And the Supreme Court ruled it was illegal. And then the renegades refused to sit on the snow, and snow had to be forced to resign. The same thing happened with Alex Tyler. And I was negotiating between him and Ellen. The same thing. So now today, Unity Party Executive Committee decides that they will go with the renegades. Why? Because it's about money. The budget is about to be presented, right? And now they want to put in the people in committees so they can divide up the $700 million that our tax dollars. So it's all about money. It's about the Benjamins. It is not about protecting the sanctity of the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. It's strictly about money. Who will divide the money? That's it. It is not about the fact that they disagree with the minority black or the speaker on some fundamental issue in terms of education, in terms of agriculture, in terms of health. None of that. It's strictly about their personal interests. And that's why the country is disintegrating, and they've been dismissive of ECOWAS that brought you Echo Mail in 2003. You know, ECOWAS that brought you Echo Mail that got your peace. Okay, and Nigerians and Ghanaians and other West Africans died, and you were dismissing them. Pray to God that you never have to call them again.
Thank you, Augustine. Let me bring in Asido. Asido, this thing about real quick, it looked good. We're going to jump into it because we get the document from both Fanatic Camp and Sam Koga Camp. Talk to us real quick.
Yeah, straight there on it. Very key part. I just want to make my own talking points on. At least both sides consider something. The other people from the so-called majority, they said, okay, we'll return to the main chamber. They consider something. But Fonati should recuse himself. Fonati can't say, yes, I will recuse myself. So they all agree on something, at least. But let's go again and see what happens. We're waiting for the second time, Stanton. So at the end of the day, we are getting somewhere, right?
We getting somewhere, yeah. Let's see whether it will be implemented. Let me bring you in, Vanessa.
Waiting for you.
Let me bring you in. What you make of this? It look good. It sounds good.
Thank you, Senator. If you just, I listened to you reading everything that was agreed upon, and I just want to say what Speaker Kofa had done to our country is so bad. It's so bad that we should be disappointed in him. What Speaker Kofa did over the past month to our country is so bad. But just see the thing that he agreed on. Just see the thing that he agreed on. The same thing proposed by the majority black. We can't sit under your gavel. Recuse yourself. He fought for all the time to only agree. Sometimes I'm calling on Liberians to come together on Monday and ask Speaker Kofa to actually step aside, because what he did to our country is so bad. Everything that the majority black proposed over the past month, Speaker Kofa finally agreed. He will recuse himself. The deputy speaker will preside. So that the space he was concerned about, he concerned about the space, but now he recused himself. Now he agreed, he will recuse himself. The deputy speaker will preside. Why Speaker Kofa did this for our country? He put himself involved in everything.
Vanessa, let me understand you better. I put up this thing, and I want us to just say both sides, report that we got, both sides agree on this. In front of the ECOWAS delegation, they agree, Vanessa. My question to you, what you make of it? You are saying Speaker Kofa agree, but for the three men agree also. Is it a good deal? Is that what you're saying? Is it a good deal?
But Senator, everything that they agree upon was proposed by the majority black to Speaker Kofa a long time. Maybe you're only waiting for ECOWAS to come and tell him, we offer you all these opportunities. Who told you? Recuse yourself.
Finally, we're moving forward now. Is it a good deal, though?
It's a good deal for the majority black.
Okay, thank you. Where there? But Brother Duadu, we'll come to the second part of this conversation. Brother Duadu?
Yeah, Stanton, let me say this. The concept of contracting in Liberia, most government officials sees that as an abstract concept that is not enforceable. We don't respect contracting in Liberia. The Uncle said this is why our civil war prolonged so much, because there is no consequence attached to what a man signs a contract in Liberia. So even though they agree, they can renege tomorrow morning, and it means absolutely nothing. We do not scrutinize people to the extent that they are breaking contracts and there is no consequence attached to it. So for me, whether they agree or disagree, I hope the legislature come back to one fold, but it means nothing in Liberia. Contracts don't matter.
So the reason why we came to you lastly, because you said exactly what we're about to go into.
Mm-hmm.
They agreed yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They presented Siscan today. What happened? Everybody took their own role. People saying, no, we ain't agree. Okay? For example, this is the conclusion from the majority black. Let's read what is the conclusion. The Siscans are mentioned, Walu.
Mm-hmm.
But the majority black today, wherefore,
mm-hmm.
and in lieu of foregoing, the majority black of the House of Representatives of the 55th legislature of Liberia have resolved to the following to wait. Now, listen to what they are saying. Except for count number 3, we agree to nothing else. So Vanisaki said it came from the majority black. Vanisaki said it's so unique. But I will read this again. Maybe Dwadu will get it.
Number 3. Let me see what count number 3 says again.
Yeah, that's what count number 3. I think it's a recusal part.
Member of the 55th legislature shall resume plenary session in the main chamber of the House of Representatives. That's the only one they agree on now. They say we agree to your 2 weeks recusing yourself. We agree to none of the 6 count, right? So let's go into it. The Liberians, you got to follow this, right? So yeah.
Was a signature affixed to that document that they agreed to?
Hold on 1 minute, Dwadu. Can you, Nelson? Can you mute Ava? Nelson, you got to mute Ava and bring him on, please. Yeah. What's your question?
I said, was a signature affixed to the agreement initially? Their signature was affixed to that agreement, right?
Okay. So I'll bring you another document from ECOWAS. Samuel Koga signed on it, right? And everything, when Samuel Koga signed on it, the information that yesterday, guys, and this is interesting. That's why I asked my brother Fanisaki. And everything they said, Samuel Koga made a mistake.
You just talking about it.
Samuel Koga made a mistake. So conclusion, Dwadu, bring conclusion for those of your family members in the radio land.
Let me talk it. And I'll read it. Say, wherefore, and in lieu of the foregoing, the majority members of the House of Representatives of the 55th Legislature of Liberia have resolved to the following in to wit, except for count 3 of the conversation, the remaining 5 counts of the 6 counts conversation as proffered by the ECOWAS mediation team has been officially tabled before plenary through an official complaint against the speaker, which was tested legislatively through a motion proffered on Tuesday, the 12th of November, 2024 by the Honorable Steve Tikuya, Representative Electoral District Number 2, Riverside County. We shall pass by plenary in session with the following stated in the motion.
Okay, so let's wait there and let's get back to the whole thing now. Everybody said the recommendation was unique. That's what Richard said. They went home, they went to bed, they woke up and said, we agree on nothing. Only 3 we agree on.
Standard, this is a clear manifestation of people who are anti-rule of law. When you're anti-rule of law, you take the law into your own hands. You agree on something, and then you go back and you sleep and you talk to your friends then, and then you come back and say, let's throw that thing that I agree upon, because nothing will happen to me if I agree or I agree. That will just talk. So that's what's happening. This is just a manifestation of it. They're not working in the interest of our Liberian people. They're not working in the interest of the rule of law. They're working in the interest of themselves, their own egos. What was so wrong with that agreement? That agreement is calling for the rule of law. Go back. If you say this man he violated, conflict of interest, those are the counts they have against. He misappropriated the budget. You said that he elected people to ECOWAS with all your consent. He got integrity issues. Those were the things that they argued against Fanatic Kofa. Then go and argue and present that to your body. Come up with the 49 votes that you need and remove it. And that's all we are asking for. Instead of before I close, every time, and I don't want to give them points, but every time they come here and they list all of these charges, all of their complaints against grievances against Fanatic Kofa, I have not heard them say one word as to what they would do differently. I have not heard them say if we elect another speaker or put Thomas Falada or whoever, what are they going to do differently? Is the budget going to look different than what we just saw? Is there anyone in the House of Representatives that can say they have no integrity problems or no conflict of interest problems? So I want to hear them bring a complaint. Let me hear the other side.
So here's the issue. Can you like in your 30 second, Uncle Sam? Let's run through this thing. We want to bring in for that. You want to reply. Then we'll bring in the ECOWAS final reply for everybody to say. ECOWAS say, I go. You're going to face your question. Go ahead, Glenny.
I mean, I already responded earlier. I think this is juvenile behavior. These cannot be legislators of our country, lawmakers of our country. And it's a disgrace that they will sit with ECOWAS, they will agree on something, and they come back and say, no, we changed our mind. Like, what happened overnight that you're suddenly going to say, okay, let's break the agreement? It's like, who are these people? We had, what's his name here? Every day he was here. Why is he not here tonight to tell us why he teaching my whole 24 hours? Famule. He was here every day until I was tired, said I had to stay home one day. So why is he not here tonight?
Glenny, I'm not laughing at you. I laugh at Mami that in the chat room saying, your ancestor, where is signature page to that?
I know, where is it? Who's son?
Mami, crazy.
It's sad, man.
I know you get a while second here and send it back there. I know.
Yeah, we need a signature page. We need it.
That's the issue. Mami, they're crazy. Abba, the issue is that all of them yesterday, right? 12 o'clock, they met at a hotel. They had a big program. Samuel Koga was there. He represented the people. They all discussed the issue. They agreed. But let me say this to the Liberian people before we bring Abba in. That's a sticky issue. When they left from there, they realized that in 2 weeks, you cannot investigate for that Kofa to come up with a guilty verdict. And once you come up with a guilty verdict, Uncle Sam, you must have a 49 for removal. So if you say yes, we'll start on a Monday, and it will take us 2 weeks, and for that will be found guilty, right? Will you have a 49 members of that body to remove for that team?
So no. They investigate yet? Did they talk yet?
No, they just talking. They investigate yet. So understand. I will call Fode. He will explain this because I'm going to take some. I'm finding in the back to call Fode to come on. He just called me. He said you call him. So he coming on. So understand. They cannot come to 49, and because they cannot come to 49, the fear grabbed them. We agree on all the things. It's that it's part of the story. But if we temper and let this guy come back and we can't have 49, we're in trouble. So therefore, we agree on anything. Abba.
Look, these guys are pathetic. For them to be our lawmakers and not be able to reason at a high level is, is very embarrassing. We have been talking about this due process for the longest time. They want to pretend like they're doing the right thing, but they don't want to do the right thing because they know what they're supposed to do. I think the whole process is very clear to everybody now. Everything we have been saying is what the process should be. These folks, they don't have the numbers. They were premature in their action. Their own rules determine what they should do. They need to go back to that floor, forget about the resolution, maybe raise the issue, in terms of complaints. Let it be sent to a committee. Fonati recuses himself.
Fonati agreed.
He did.
He agreed.
The point is, whatever complaint they have, it can't come to Thomas Fala. It has to come to Fonati, and then he has signed it.
No.
That's what they don't want to do.
No, that's funny. Fonati says, send me your complaint. I will write and say I recuse myself. Thomas Fala will take over.
But what did I just say? It has to come to Fonati.
The complaint, yes, but Thomas Fala will preside.
No, he will preside. You can't preside with your own investigation. We have never said that. We always say Fonati should recuse himself and be investigated by his peers. If they find him guilty, nobody thought Fonati was not born to be speaker.
But my question is, and thank God we got your call for 40 family. Vanny went in the back and called 40 family. So 40 is on. Representative family, welcome. Take us home, my brother. Before you talk, I'm gonna put this thing up. Count number 1. The official complaint against the speaker will be dispatched to the office of the Honorable Speaker with immediate effect by
Honorable?
the majority black. Honorable Family, did you and your black agree to count number 1?
So I would like for you to read out of the count.
All right, recount number 2. I mean recount number 2.
Thank you again for calling me and for getting me on the platform to provide our side of the story. I agree with the fact that Liberians are saying some of the panelists already have a side, and it's difficult for them to push a little to even shift some of their positions, even in the face of the
I know, but he is saying he got side. He got side. We got side.
No, he innocent. He got side. He innocent.
He has a side and we have a side.
He innocent. He got side.
Kenny,
the hotel he's staying in an
We get side. We get side.
Y'all leave my brother alone, please. Let me go ahead. Honorable Family, leave us alone as a panelist. Let's discuss the issue. We're backing you.
No, before I need to set the record straight that 4 or 5 of the panelists you already have a side.
Okay, we agree.
Yeah, we agree. We get side. You get side.
Anyway, now
we understand Liberia. We understand Liberia.
Their side has not been winning.
Okay, so let's move to the yeah. Okay, so let's move. You already made that point.
This is not about winning. This is about the rule of law.
Okay, Dr. Richardson, now your brother, he said you guys are. Hey, ba, let's go to the issue.
For the time I'm off.
Let's go ahead. Yeah, so you want me to read all the count? Let me read all the count. Count number 2. The Honorable Speaker shall respond to the complaint in writing, recusing himself from presiding over the House during the period of investigation. Count number 3. Members of the 55th legislature shall resume plenary session in the main chamber of the Liberia House of Representatives. Count number 4. The Deputy Speaker shall preside over plenary during the period of the investigation into the charges against the Speaker. 5. The duration of the investigation shall not exceed 2 weeks. 6. The security and safety of the members of the House will be assured by both parties in order to maintain the decorum and dignity of the House. These are your 6 counts.
So, to be fair to the Liberian people, the document you're reading from, is that document a document that has a signature page, CEO?
Okay. All right. So reading from wait now. We wait. Wait now, your way. So you ask a good question, and as a question you fit into your guys. So let's just
I want to know what are the document you're reading from. If you're referencing a document. One, I want to know 2
yeah, this document. But wait now, wait. Go ahead, Honorable Man. I'm trying to give you the signature page, but you're still talking.
Yeah. What if the document has a signature page? This document you're showing on your screen. The document in question is not attached to it. I'm looking at that document. I have a copy of the document you're showing. It's different from the document you just showed. The document you show have no heading. I don't know who wrote it. Look at it better. Not this. The document, the first document.
Yeah, but you asked the question.
Is that document different from the one that we read here?
Yeah. I want to show you why you asked it. So you asked the question. I want to answer you. So what's your question, 40?
You put on something different. Okay, this.
Yeah.
The document you put on now is the document I'm asking on as a CEO. The document you putting up. Do you have anyone's signature to that document, or the document carry a heading of any of the lawmaker letterhead?
Okay.
That was my question.
As you can see, this document up, no signature on this page, and no heading on this page.
Can we go to the document with signature and heading?
Okay. Which one? The one from your black, right?
The official communication for us.
For your 43-man black. This is your communication from the House of Representatives, from the majority black, as you guys call yourself. Am I correct? You are speaking about this one, right?
When you put on the screen, I will see it.
It is on the screen.
Yeah, I'm talking about the document you just placed on the screen.
Okay.
Okay.
What about this document you want to talk about, sir?
You know, there have been back and forth conversation. The ECOWAS mission came into the country. They had a meeting with the speaker, like they said, they had a meeting with the protest, they had a meeting with the civil society grouping to understand what was unfolding. They went to section, they had a meeting with lawmakers in section. And their interest was to understand what was unfolding in the country as to...
No, can we establish first, Honorable Man, can we establish first the document I put up without signature, that page? Are you denying that page?
I'm speaking to the document that I'm aware is the legitimate positions of the majority bloc.
I'm not asking for the position.
But
sir. I'm not asking about the position of the majority black. We are speaking about the recommendation that your black and the Funati black agree year in. Because you got to understand everything. But wait now. You explain. Let me end. Everything on this page, like the Liberian people saying that this page, without having, let's say, points for negotiation of a resolution to the political, you saw that coming to your own page that you agree on. These 6 counts are in this page: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the same thing. Nothing changed. Am I correct?
So I do not have a copy of the document you're making reference to. The one I have copied of, the one I have document. Let me explain.
Go ahead, sir.
So what I'm explaining to you and the Liberian people is this. When ECOWAS team came into the country, they had a meeting with the parties. They went to section and there were issues being raised. The first thing they asked as to whether or not we've been able to provide that environment for due process. We said yes, there is a formal procedure for due process of any of our colleagues. There is a formal complaint against the speaker, and that complaint has been placed on the floor. Lawmakers have debated that complaint. That complaint, the presiding in presence of the deputy speaker has set up a committee to begin the investigation of the speaker. All of the points we raised are points they suggested to the speaker. Like you're saying, so someone there tried to draw out points from what we told them. Yes, there's a formal complaint. Yes, there's a committee. The committee has been given 2 weeks to investigate the speaker. The speaker should recuse himself and face this committee.
So I beg you, man, please. I like to just get this thing resolved. This is the document from the majority black. You have 6 complaints and 6 counts in this document. Am I correct?
There are 6 counts making reference to the conversation held with the members of ECOWAS mediation team. So 6 counts, 6 issues that were raised. So and we said to them,
before we get there,
5 of the 6.
Okay, go ahead. You said to them in your conclusion.
We said to them, we have satisfied 5 of the 6 as a legislature. There's a complaint, there's a committee, there are time bound, time limit for the committee to investigate the speaker. There's a request of the speaker to recuse himself and face the committee. Moreover, the issue of venue has been solved by the Supreme Court, where we said the Supreme Court said we are not sitting in an illegal environment. Not because my sister Francia and Gladys can say they play illegal and me illegal. They should go to court and test it. We went to court. We went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court had no issue where we said. So to them, this is the issue. We've been to the Supreme Court. So we will sit in plenary, and the speaker can face the committee, whether they face in committee.
So brother, you try to confuse us here. You try to confuse us here, brother family. Among this, let's just brother family. Let's just go over the 6 count. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which one you guys agree to, and which one you don't agree to?
We said we have done almost everything.
Oh no, almost everything. No. Hold on now, brother. Brother, fumbler, wait. Don't do that. No, brother. We get you here now. We'll let you answer. I beg you. I do not want to be held in contempt. You have 6 count over here on your document. Among the 6 count, which one you honor the leadership of Samuel Koga disagree with?
No, in plenary, Koga is not the presiding.
All right, let's forget about Koga. Which one of the 3 members agree with?
In the 6 count?
Yeah.
Our position is that we have no difference with the mediation team. Our issue is that the thing they're requesting for, we finish doing all.
No, I'm not asking you that. No, I'm not asking you that. I beg you, my man. So you are telling the Liberian people tonight you agree with all of this 6 count, right?
We have already initiated that process. There's no request. We told them this is what we have done.
No, you're not answering the question, my man. Stop being political with us. You are telling the Liberian people the 6 count, you agree to all of this 6 count in your document. Am I correct?
We with an exception of the issue of venue, we agree with them in context that we have already initiated the process. The process initiated. Every day I come on this platform and inform you that there's a complaint, there's a committee that has been set up to investigate the speaker. So if you see in the communication, read the communication to the public, and then the public know that yes, the guys have started the process. That is what they call due process.
So Dr. Richardson, Glendy, Uncle Sam, I say, and this is the reason why I believe we are not going anywhere with this matter. The ECOWAS put out a statement. Have you received the ECOWAS final statement?
I read it online. Yeah. I read it online, and they said they believe the parties acted in good faith. The parties came together. They had issues that they agreed on because we provided our position. We provided the level of effort we are putting in this process to ensure that the speaker get due process, and they listened to us keenly. I think they took you right. The statement was welcoming.
Okay, so it's a deadlock now. Y'all disagree. The ECOWAS people went back to their home.
There's not a deadlock. What was said in that meeting was for the speaker to receive his complaint, and when the complaint was taken to the office of the speaker, the sergeant at arms said the speaker refused the complaint.
Okay, so this is the speaker response. In view of the foregoing, we urge the majority black to return to the 6 points ECOWAS negotiating proposal, which was crafted by the negotiators as the best way forward to end the situation of the House and return to status quo ante for the benefit of the Liberian people, as is often said. So they are saying that return to the 6 count. You are saying, but you didn't say in front of ECOWAS. You said it after you left ECOWAS that we have initiated.
No, we said it in front of ECOWAS.
But let me finish.
I said what I'm saying to you.
I am saying in front of ECOWAS. You can say it now on the show.
I said it before the speaker of ECOWAS.
Yeah.
I said it.
But you can say it on the...
Koga made it known to the speaker of ECOWAS that all of what you are requesting, we have initiated this process and will communicate that action to you as our official position.
All right, okay,
decision, can you go out? Not taking a decision.
Kenton, can you give me 10 seconds? So every time Honorable Famula comes on, he always refers to the justice in chambers. The justice in chamber declined to act on what the request was. He needs to say that. When he always comes, every time he's on, he always likes to bring that justice up because he's trying to persuade people like the justice were in their favor. No, the justice also did not agree with them to meet in the joint chamber session where they're meeting. The justice declined to act, and that correction must be made. He must not try to confuse the citizens who are listening, because that is not what the justice. That's not what the justice said. He needs to be truthful and say exactly what happened in the court and what the ruling was. But he always referred to that like the justice agreed with us. No, the justice did not. He declined to
Yeah.
on that.
All right, Gladys, thank you. Remember, I'm going to the court. So, Uncle Sam, you want to come on and say something? Let's wrap this thing
Yeah,
up.
but I mean, clearly the ECOWAS delegation position that the impasse remains, and they remain seized of the situation. It means like, okay, I mean, you guys are basically on your own. We have done everything that we can to make this impasse to bring it to an amicable solution, but both sides remain. They didn't use the word intransigent, but look at the intransigence of the 43 members who refused to come under the gavel of the speaker for them to resolve this matter in a way as required by our Constitution. So that's why I continue to refer to them as renegades. They don't want to come to constitutional order. I don't know why. They are afraid of constitutional order because the Constitution does not favor them. So then what they want to do is to put this unorthodox force on the speaker to make him resign. And he's not going to do that. So that shows thus the impasse. I mean, I don't understand where we're going with this, but if this thing continues, it could cause a serious rift within the body politic. And I mean, I see people planning demonstrations from both sides. If it spills into the streets, it could have some serious consequences. And I'm just hoping and praying that the democracy, let me tell you something, guys. The democracy that was initiated by the 1986 Constitution and even 1847, what it does is it assumes that people of goodwill, people of good moral character, and people of integrity will abide by it, right? So in the case of the 49 members that are required, that if these people try to remove the speaker and constitutionally they can't, they will return to status quo ante and try to and just move. But because apparently these are not people who believe in integrity, who believe in the Constitution, who don't believe, who are not looking at the consequences of this impasse, that as long as it continues, there's a stalemate and it will impact the stability and social cohesion. If we don't have those kind of people in the legislature, then I guess we have this order. That is where we have the breakdown of law and order. That we have these two factions existing in the lower house, and it's going to continue until something gives. And I mean, it is just sad that we are resorting to this disorderly conduct.
Yeah. So let me bring in brother Saki. And you still on the phone?
So, can I respond to both of them before you bring in brother Saki?
Yeah. Before you do, let me read this, and then you can respond to all. We're backing you. Okay. 7 of the ECOWAS conclusion statement. Although it successfully brought both parties to the negotiating table, and after several rounds of in-depth discussion with stakeholders on the contended issue, in an effort to reach an amicable settlement, the parliamentary delegation notes that the parties were not able to arrive at a favorable conclusion within the time frame of the mission. This is scary that you guys couldn't come up to a conclusion. However, the parliamentary mediation delegation remains fully seized of the issue at stake and continue to engage with the parties concerned to ensure that the desired outcome is achieved. So that is to say, you went in there, they came, they spent the money, they ate in a hotel, slept in a hotel, tried the best, and there's no conclusion. So talk to us, Brother Footy.
So I would start with Gladys, who said the Supreme Court. The first thing I always give reference to the Supreme Court is because the Supreme Court set up a standard that we need to live up to. The Speaker took a flight to the Supreme Court requesting for a few things. One, that they would declare where we are sitting to be illegitimate. The same view that Gladys and Francia shared in line with Mr. Jackson. The second thing, that the Supreme Court will order us to go sit on the speaker gavel, that sitting in the joint chamber was illegal. In English, when you say I decline, it means you say no. I don't know how you want for us to declare that, define that word. This court justice in chamber said no, meaning he declined to issue any order that would help to support the request made by the speaker. The next issue is that Mr. Jackson, sometimes some of the words he used, like I said to you, you are an old man, and sometimes it's better you act, you act or present yourself to be more safer. It's not better for you to be calling professional people who are providing service for our country as renegade. It does not offer well. Let me tell you, even in the face of of you providing consultancy for almost all of the regime in this country, excluding Joseph Boakai, who are not asking you for one. I strongly that you need to understand that the law should always be the law. When people seek the advice of the Supreme Court, the decisions from there should remain final. We have gone to the Supreme Court. The conditions have been laid that where we sit is legitimate, that we can transact the business of the Liberian people in there, and we have started already. You have observed that ministers have started to appear in session. Agency heads have started to appear in session. You think the Liberian people will be waiting for Mr. Jackson to say yes in the session before they can go ahead? No, we are going ahead with the business of government. We're not waiting for you.
Representative Family, can I ask you a question, please? Thank you. Let me come in, and I'm not sure if it is a question, but I wanted to state again, thank you, Glendy, for correcting the representative. He has come on the show countless times and said the very same wrong over and over and over, thinking that the amount of times he said the wrong thing will be the amount of time it will be equal to truth. No. So the question before the Supreme Court was to prohibit the illegal removal of the speaker. And the so-called majority bloc said they were not removing the speaker. On that basis, the Supreme Court declined to issue what was not already in existence. And someone keeps coming on the show. It is the person who say he will go to teach LU. I don't know if this is how he will be teaching LU. It will be a sad time for our country. The Supreme Court did not decline to prohibit sitting somewhere or not. They declined to prohibit the illegal removal that they said they were not doing. How can the Supreme Court prohibit what is not being done? I wanted to put that, and Glendy, thank you for putting this on. Saying the same thing 200 times that is not correct will not be equal to it being correct. No matter. Unfortunately, these are some of the people who say they will be teaching a PhD school.
Yourself,
we can't hear something now. What from the being we can't hear him.
You can do that for us. The request of the speaker, you can place it on the screen for him to read it.
But man, I don't have it right now.
We have read everything. Points. All of the points were wrong.
I said this is.
I want to add. Can I ask?
As a respected representative, please.
I want to add that honorable.
Say we tired hearing him.
Honorable Justice.
I'm right. Not the one who hear him.
I'm tired hearing you as if I need to.
Yeah, but I'm a panelist on the show. You are a lawmaker. Go to make law. Go and make law. Leave this show. I'm not a lawmaker. I'm a panelist. I need to be here. Go to make law.
Former Justice General.
You providing misinformation.
Justice General was on the show. He has worked within the Supreme Court. He said the Supreme Court washed their hands from the situation. They did not make a decision. And this is why he could not appeal the decision, because there was no decision made. This person basically kind of just left it like this. He just washed his hands, which surprised him.
But you're right. Listen. Let's wrap this thing up.
For Representative Footed, my small brother will come on the show to now say that there was a decision made. It's not right. He's trying to persuade Liberian people to believe in what he's trying to say that he wants. Can I finish? I've been sitting there quietly. For you to speak. Let me speak, please. Thank you very much. Okay? For you to come on the show, to persuade the Liberian people, knowing that you guys are breaking the law by just deciding, oh, we're not going to sit under the cover of this speaker. And you don't have the 49 members. You do not have it. And that's what our constitution called for. Nobody's here saying your complaints is right or wrong. We are asking to follow the rule of the law. And yes, I am on the side of the rule of the law. I will say that today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Let me just ask.
Your brother speaking, don't do that. You're on the side already, so you're accomplished of this whole thing. Yeah, accomplished. Don't do this thing, you're planning. Yeah.
I just want for Representative Formula to speak on the kind of budget they're going to propose, the kind of budget the Liberian people are going to see in the next 5 years. Because
are you here to get the pointers?
Yeah, the majority black is more concerned about people-friendly budget value or budget that reflect the interests of the Liberian people. I would just want for Representative Formula to really speak on the budget moving forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we have Representative Formula on 101 with the CEO tomorrow. You will have enough time.
You're not tired with it, stand up?
No, I like Representative Formula.
They're not tired with the issue. Then you want for us to get tired discussing it, right?
But you gotta do what
Well, man, thank you very much, though. You got anything to add?
So let me lay on this note.
Yeah.
Let me just lay on the note, CEO. The first thing is that I would just want to say to my brother, as it do, sister Gladys and Francia. When you take a political side, like I said, considering his side of the political act, and want to believe that where you stand is the right side, and we believe we are standing on the side of the law. And fortunately for us, we went to court, and you did not win, and there was a decision that validated our argument. You come back to the same platform and want for us to believe what you're saying. I didn't know you're not proceeding rightly. You need
ask yourself that question. Don't ask us. Ask yourself that question.
No, you say when you're speaking, I should not say a word, and I was listening to you. So please allow me to speak.
You're very right. That's right, smart brother. I'll put myself on mute. You're right.
So, allow me to speak. So, like I said to you, after the Supreme Court ruled, you read the document from the Supreme Court. And in keeping with that process, when we got out of the Supreme Court, look at the video. I stepped out and I told the Liberian people that we are going to initiate the process of due process, and it showed that the speaker can be heard. A committee has been set up. We have informed ECOWAS that committee have a mandate of 2 weeks. You can't ask for that again. I mean, it is mute. You already have a position about that committee. The next issue is that the speaker, the communication was sent to the speaker. From what I've heard is that the speaker office declined to receive the communication, and they will try to reach out to him even on Monday. Why you need to be talking now is to ask the speaker. Speaker said there's a communication, receive the communication, recuse yourself, join the guys in the joint chamber, proceed in session, and provide your side of the story. Not to come and say, oh, I'm on the side of the law. And you on the side of the law, you went to court, you won case there? No, you didn't win any case there. We won the case. The Supreme Court refused all the requests you asked for. And you just want for us to look at the word decline in another context. I wish you would just take the Black Law Dictionary, define decline, and let the Liberian people know the one word. So you try to have behind the word, and the word, nothing coming out of it for you. The majority of people out there who are like we're wanting to see their government working. They are satisfied with the working of the legislature, and we are doing their business. We are not here to satisfy men like an old man like
why girl you understand my law?
This show to be a therapy for him. Like the last time he said he's not well, he's a disabled. We appreciate the fact that he comes here and provide. He have time for laughter. He use words that are condescending. I think we all need to be very
Stop it.
Address the issue.
Thank you for the bye-bye. Good night. Good night. Bye-bye.
Last thing before I did on this issue.
Yeah, good night. Good night now. Good night.
Like I said, he took a serious action of advocacy against Ellen with the Ellen Nicot Tech. You spoke against
let's close the show now. Let the ball go now.
Mr. Jackson abandoned that advocacy. Then he come and sit on the platform and talk about Mura. You meet Jackson and Mura. They are far apart.
All right. Thank you, brother. Good night, man. Good night. Have a good night. Enjoy.
We said so tired. You're not saying nothing.
No, I mean, I want to respond, but I mean, you won't give me you think I'm afraid of a renegade? A renegade?
Enjoy your sleep, my brother. Enjoy your sleep.
First of all, let me respond. Mr. Fuller is not speaking the truth. Anybody who knows the Ellen Nicot thing will know that I fought this thing to the end. I raised money to fight it, and the government went and ratified that in August of 2011. I did not abandon that. So the second thing is, he talks about me getting a consultancy. Why would you worry about a comfortable retired old man living in his own homes in several countries and eating? Let me finish, man. And eating every day. And you are young. You should be worried about your retirement. I'm comfortably retired, and I've demonstrated that in my retirement, I married a model, a very beautiful young woman who traveled around the world. That is a manifestation of that I'm independent. This is my own home I'm living in America. I go to Liberia, I live in my own home. I go to South Africa, I live in my own home. I go to Ghana, I live in my own home. Okay? And I have employed tens of people. I have businesses in Liberia. So, I mean, you just don't want to speak to the issue. You want to make ad hominem attacks to divert attention from the renegade actions that you are undertaking by not trying to abide by the rule of law. So since you don't want to abide by the rule of law, you want to use me, who have more integrity on one finger than the entire legislature, and I've demonstrated that.
Goodness.
Yeah. Then you want to come and say, what you need to do is to abide by the laws of Liberia, the Constitution. You don't want to do that.
Santa, you muted.
No, I said let's close the show. I want to say thanks to everybody.
I was just saying, you get one finger, got more integrity than the whole hustle.
Dr. Dwalu, Vanisaki, Asiko, Dr. Hussein, Dr. Glennie, let's end the show.
Thank you. I don't know why you be doing that thing for. Look, our audience, man, we always enjoy you guys, especially my boy Deep Fugitive. Look, we continue to tour around with the issue of Liberia. We continue to pamper people because we have certain political affiliations with them. At the end of the day, for me personally, it is not who sits in the executive mansion. It's who delivers to the Liberian people the mandate that we've given that person. If that person is not delivering, they're harming all of us. It got nothing to say that we hate this person or we love this person. The president has a responsibility that is far greater than himself. This awesome responsibility to the people must be delivered. It isn't about pacifying somebody or pandering to somebody. Yolandi was right. The legislators, she said juvenile, and I'll go one step further. They have no respect for the Liberian people. You cannot sign an agreement in the open, in front of everybody, without any coercion of any kind. Nobody force you. Nobody push your hand to do it. Then before daybreak, you take your hand from yourself because you don't agree with the terms of those contracts. You have to stick by the contract. Contracts have to mean something in Liberia. But from time immemorial, me and mommy go into Bapudu County, we come to a contract, we come to an agreement to start a small business. It's not time come. I get small power. I renege on the contract. I bribe a few judges. Now Meme is left holding the bag. in the future, nobody's going to do that to themselves. We have to respect contract in the country. If they're bad, don't sign them. If you sign them, you must be held to the terms of that contract. Once again, Mr. Stanton.
Yeah, thank you very much, Padu. I know you just come to read the people comment and just laugh at them. That's what you always do. Mommy, why you came late to the party?
Yeah. I came late. I mean, I've been following the show. You know that we've been chatting in the chat room.
Because Mama coming to cut on lawyer today.
Granny,
Granny, my budget running there. Can I close?
Say I came late. Say I came late. Let me just close in 2 minutes. I only want to start on to just put two things I want to clarify. The first thing is Stanton, I don't know whether it was intentional or a mistake. He misled all of you on the platform. All of you. He misled you to believing that there was a resolution signed and people came back and said, no, we will not agree. But at the end of the day, he corrected himself. Stanton put that one down for us. Stanton put this up. It misled all of you.
Okay.
It misled.
So what is different in shows the difference between what's and what was stated?
That Richardson, let me tell you the difference. Stanton, please put up let me tell you the difference. Please put up the decision that ECOWAS published. What ECOWAS said. ECOWAS said after negotiating with everybody, they were unable to reach a decision.
But we heard that part. What the difference? But we heard that part. I was not confused.
Hey, but you give me chance now. Let me learn.
Yeah, you want.
ECOWAS said. ECOWAS said after all the negotiation, they were unable to reach a decision.
Yes.
But Stanton has a paper that he put up and told you that it was a decision that the people reached. But ECOWAS who presided. Can you please give me chance?
Who said you must come late?
The first thing, Senate put
you're getting brother chance now.
One of the agreements, he put the list up.
We got to listen.
The second thing he said was, what is your opinion about people?
That Richard, your time will come. Let me talk my own.
That mommy talk.
ECOWAS that presided over the investigation and the intermediation, they say in their final report, which is published all around the world, that we talked to both parties could not reach a definite decision. Here is it. Stanton, there is it. I want to take my time to read it. But this is ECOWAS statement that both parties could not reach a decision. But you people sat right on the show. I don't know whether it was a mistake. Stanton put out a document and said, these are the decisions the people reach. And because of that, you say the people reach a decision, they come back, they're refusing to honor the decision that value closing. But ECOWAS is telling you that no decision was reached. So you need to draw back that statement. The second and final thing.
Okay.
The second and final thing, please put off Fonatikofa complaint to the Supreme Court. Because this statement.
No. I mean, that's the one friend. You gotta give me a chance to clarify and correct you.
Let me feel the other one that you correct me or two.
No, you want Miss Apple and Oranges here.
No, but they will say I'm taking much time.
No, you're not taking much time. You want to come and do your sneaky thing here. Don't do it.
So, please put off on a T5 complaint. Because people here making it. Please put it off for me.
Yeah, I will. So we put this one off first, right? This is the point for negotiation of a resolution to the political groups. We said it. It's very clear. Everyone doesn't have a copy. To prove that they had a copy, this is with the majority black. This is what is on their copy. The same thing, word for word, right there. Am I right, Mommy? And you can see it.
What you are wrong on is.
Answer the question, Mommy. And you see the same thing in there?
No, I'm not seeing the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Mommy, the scan is the same thing.
What you show up is you say it's a scan that they agree on. What is in here?
Yeah, Mommy. Let's talk about the scan. Everything that is written here, that scan. That's the same thing here that was documented by the 44 or 43 men and women. 40 said it on the show.
And this
40 said what?
Hey,
40 said we initiated this. We suggested this. That's what 40 said. 40 said they suggested this.
This is what we've been trying to push ever since.
Vanisaki said the people
this is what we're trying to push ever since. Mommy, this is what I love you for. But the little girl, your daughter giving you to Manhattan, and you
can't give me a chance to learn.
No, but wait now. But wait.
Learning, man.
At the end of the day, for Nati, in his own response, he spoke about the sales scam. Now, mommy, let me help you.
Please let me learn.
You will learn.
You feel learning, man.
Let me help you. For the 3 men and women suggested this sales scam, they sent it to Fonati, believing that Fonati would not agree to it. When they sent it to the ECOWAS members, presented it to Fonati, Fonati said everything about it. Fonati came back and agreed to everything they asked for. They left. They went in the caucus, they came back and said, they got to catch us. If we agree to anything, in 2 weeks, we now have 43 men and women to vote this guy out. So let's disagree.
49.
That's how they came back.
They came back for the second time and say, oh, no. You know what? 12 o'clock today, Labyrinth.
So there's a road
the ECOWAS members were still waiting. The ECOWAS member was still waiting for the 43-man reply. 12 o'clock today. 2 o'clock. They sent a reply and say we disagree.
We disagree with.
Let me learn. ECOWAS, you were not in ECOWAS meeting. You did not preside. ECOWAS that presided in their meeting published their final report. In their final report, ECOWAS said the both parties could not reach a decision. All your Spalo story. All your Spalo. If these people don't give me chance to learn, I will disrupt them when they're talking.
No problem.
They can't give me chance to learn, I will disrupt them when they're talking. Please manage the show.
Different thing here.
Please manage the show.
Checking to disrupt our show.
Please manage the show. Let me learn. If these people keep disrupting me, I will disrupt them.
No problem.
Okay, I say wait. I say that you finish.
I only need 2 minutes. Uninterrupted.
Again?
I'm saying to you, Staton, please. Staton, I only need 2 minutes. The first minute is ECOWAS that presided over the investigation reported that both parties did not agree. The other party wrote and said, all the counts that you want us to do, we have already initiated them already, so they are mute. The second thing I want to highlight, this story, this incoherent story, that Fonati took one complaint to Supreme Court and said the people want to remove me. And the people said, no, we not want to remove you. Therefore, the Supreme Court say I decline. It's a blatant lie. It's not only a lie, it's a lack of understanding. It's a refusal to accept the rule of law that you keep arguing about. Please put up Fonati's 6 count that he talked to the Supreme Court.
I don't have it.
I just said it to you. Okay, let me read it. Let me read it.
Take that smoke.
Let me read it. 1.
Wait now. Wait. Just I want you to take time.
I said,
that mommy finish. I said, leave mommy.
I want you to finish, but then you just take slow.
I said, don't please give me chance.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fonati.
Yeah.
I said, don't please give me chance.
I agree, but just slow. Yeah.
Fonati took more than one complaint to the Supreme Court. He said the setting, and Stanton doesn't want to pull it up because he doesn't want me to prove it. He said the setting where the people are sitting is illegal. He said, Supreme Court, all the activities they are doing they are illegal. Supreme Court, they want to remove me. It is illegal. And 2 other counts. Therefore, on all these 6 counts, declare them unconstitutional and prohibit them from proceeding. The Supreme Court declined. This story that he went there and said they want to remove me, I said, just shut up and give me a chance.
Proceeding, you are rude.
I say, please, I beg you. Let's give Mama a chance. He almost failed. I say, we come.
We all can ask each other questions.
I say, let's get Mame. I beg you. I say, I beg
you sat down on the show the whole day. Give me chance. Give me chance. Let me learn.
Mame finish. No, I said no. Let Mame finish. You have your time. No, I said, let forget it. We gotta go now. Everybody. But okay, that be so. Hold on, Mame, go ahead. I said, I beg you, man. I beg you. Let me finish. You have your
time. The story that Funati took one complaint to the Supreme Court, and when the lawmaker went there, they told the Supreme Court, say, we don't want to remove the man. Therefore, the Supreme Court said the decline is a lie. It's a lack of comprehension. It's refusal to accept the ruling of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled on, the Supreme Court gave a decision on Funati 6 counts that he took. They read the 6 counts. One of those counts was about removal. The rest of the other were not about removal. It was about their setting. It was about their activities. It was about everything they were doing. And the Supreme Court declined. You can go and define the word decline. In the Black Law Dictionary that the lawyer used, decline means to refuse.
Wait. Mama, let me correct you. No Supreme Court rule. It was
after Supreme Court gave a decision.
I will say, I beg you. I will say, I beg you. Wait, Mama, are you done? Are you finished?
So you say you believe in the rule of law. You say you believe in the rule of law, the court rule, and you refusing to accept it. The court gave a decision, you refusing to accept it.
That way, let Mama finish. No. God, I beg you, Augusta, let Mama finish. Mama almost done. Mama, please finish up.
You say you believe in the rule of law. You say you believe in the rule of law. You went to the Supreme Court. You took 6 complaints. The Supreme Court declined to honor your request. What were your requests? Declare their action unconstitutional and prohibit them from proceeding. The Supreme Court declined. You have refused to accept that. Okay, if you don't agree, you lawyer, why don't you proceed with the other legal option you have? You refuse that, you set on show.
Okay, I think his daughter.
I don't think it's appropriate for you to come in.
Let me just correct some misconception.
Yeah, like we don't know. Like we don't know.
The next time Mame comes on the show and talks to anyone, like he is some kind of a person.
I know, like we are so uneducated.
You should tell that man.
So let's go in the chat room, guys, and talk the thing.
I think it's important for the audience to understand something.
Mame will come back. So let's.
First of all, Stanton, no Supreme Court rule. There was no ruling by the Supreme Court.
I tell you, the book
absolutely no ruling.
Know something.
The Supreme Court declined to take the matter. That's what the Supreme Court did. And since the Supreme Court did not rule, it was a justice in chambers that declined. And since he did not make a declaratory judgment or anything, it cannot be appealed to the full court. It's like, we're not going to touch this matter. That's what the Supreme Court said. Not touching the matter does not mean the rule. Okay? And the Supreme Court did not say that Funati is no longer Speaker of the House of Representatives. That's not what the Supreme Court said. Okay? And thirdly, the House of Representatives never voted Funati up as Speaker. So that's the reason why he still holds the gavel. That's the reason why he's still in his office. Because of that impasse and the lack of clarity on the issue, that's why ECOWAS came in, hoping that both sides would see sanity. But the initial 6 points that ECOWAS provided, they agreed on it initially. They agreed on those 6 points initially. But when they went back to caucus and they started to think about it,
that's how they work.
They rolled back. They pushed back because they felt there was a trap. There was a trap. That's all that is. That's all that is. Okay? So the Supreme Court did not rule.
And thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
When you are a panelist on this show, I think it's so inappropriate. It's so unfair. It's so uncouth to come here and behave like you are the only one who can read and write.
Everything.
You know, usually we say, you say your own, I say my own. We had a former justice come here and explain this matter to us. And he's been there, he has an experience. And we are going according to what he said to us. Mommy has not sat to the Supreme Court before. He's never been a justice to tell us about the rule of law. Okay. Isn't it surprising and disappointing that our Supreme Court can just be so vague on a constitutional crisis like this? To say I decline, I wash my hand out of this situation, to me, it's an issue because we rely on check and balances in the government. And I'm not going to rejoice or have fun or think that I know better because our Supreme Court did not make a firm decision that will cut this matter to the chase. But mommy will come here and say, well, the Supreme Court favor this and favor that. When we say no, we are left in the dark. The Supreme Court didn't do that. The Supreme Court did not address, because if the Supreme Court was, firm and consistent and ruled according to the law, then we won't be here having this argument. Honorable Mr. Representative Formula will not come on this show every day and say these things. Speaker Kofa will not bring her own argument either. We'll be very sure and firm. We are relying on the Supreme Court, and they are just saying they decline. They wash their hands out of the situation. They left the decision up to the different parties to make a decision. That's what they're doing.
They did not deny. They declined consideration of the matter.
Yes, they declined. Yes,
they declined.
They declined.
If I said that word,
that's it.
So, Stanton, let me end that. I don't want to say this, Stanton. Like Dr. Richardson, thank you for saying it. Just look at the way the boy was talking to me. I said, "Though, shut up! You talking to another responsible man with case? You talking to me like that? He's a brother. I know he is kind of a hot tempo. He is not used to this kind of a thing. So I will let him go. But you can't be talking to someone like that. I said, "Though, shut up! What's that?" But anyways, let's go to the real thing. Listen. I will post this in the chat room. This is what Funatip fired. And again, like I've always said, you keep yelling, talking like you know everything. Sometimes you are saying total nonsense with confidence. What Funatip said here at the core, he said, listen, these people want to remove me. Because they want to remove me, they are having different sessions. Because they want to remove me, they are doing this. Because they want to remove me, they are doing that. Now the justice asks, do you want to remove? They say no. That alone notify all the other points on they want to remove me. So the justice declined on it. And like Uncle Sen said on this, they agreed to the points that were proposed. The 6. They went, Stanton, you were out on the phone, They went to their little chamber, they small to my man, when we agree, we will not get voted. So no, they go and vote. You know what? So except or they we don't agree. But the brother, baby, he didn't talk to nobody. He just came and started talking all day, insulting us intelligently. That he the only PhD holder who went to all of the PhD places on this planet. I thought it is very uncomfortable. But besides that, though, we had a very good show. And again, we always said a lot of things we talked about. The issue of dismissal of the brother who they said suspended, but again, he's being dismissed. Shame to the government. Absolutely. The government should be embarrassed by ensuring anything. Funatip Kofa is willing to do. Stanton. Besides that, the last time Fabula came on the show, he said one of the reasons why they don't want to go back is because it is only the speaker who will say yeah or nay, which one yeah plenty. So maybe the speaker will be playing trick and he won't say no or yeah. So then the speaker say, okay, I will put it in writing and recuse myself. Still, they get another thing again they want to say. Why are they doing this to the country? The State of the Nation address is coming. Who is going to preside when all these things going on? They're going to bring their own, or they're going to have 2 State of the Nation address. One to them, one to the other people. The budget is coming. How are they going to do all of these things? As a matter of fact, we heard that from the United Party meeting today, they've all agreed to submit budget to so-called majority black. That is something we're waiting for to see. We know President Barker is someone who does not respect the law. We know and we have seen what he's done so far, going after turning people, dismissing everyone once you disagree with it. But we know that for the 40 plus years government experience old men will not go and do something that is illegal. That is why they agree on today, but we're looking to see exactly what they will do.
Thank you very much, man. So on behalf of the Spoon Network, we want to say Marvin is back. Marvin is back. So Marvin, we will hold you in contempt and take you to the Supreme Court in our chat room and deal with you according to the rule that govern the Spoon Network, especially the Spoon Talk. So, I mean, you can be this way. We gotta go. Dr. Richard, say anything else? Mami, come back. Granny, Mami, come back.
Nothing. You don't get nothing. See you.
Because Mohammed, Alec, he the only one understanding the English language. I understand the English language.
Comprehension.
No, you come here and say you didn't understand. We misunderstood. I want to only you
small ball will become all this comprehension.
Glenny. Glenny, I don't want to call you your name. I don't want to call you your name. Listen, people came here. People came here. They told you.
I can't really understand.
Let's talk one now. So the audience, let me spell the audience. Let's talk one.
We give it to you. We finish.
Yes, a good night. Yes, you're talking. Good night.
No, let's talk one now. If you want to talk, you talk. No, let's talk one. We can talk together.
After you want to talk, you gotta wait. Let him tell you to your
exactly. If you want to talk, let me get you chance to talk.
We agree. Only the brother can comprehend. We
agree.
Understand the law.
Yes. Yeah, so if you don't want to talk, then give me chance to talk. If you want to talk, let me give you chance to talk.
I won't send it to you to comprehend it for me, and please, and comprehend it back to me. I beg you. No, you can comprehend.
Okay, but Mami, make it fun. What are you saying?
That guy is funny. Mami, I see you. Stand up.
All right, Mami, message going.
So my point is, the point stand on is, all these people come on the show. They argue that we respect the rule of law. Let's respect the rule of law. When people went to Supreme Court and carry 6 reasons why the Supreme Court should stop the activities of the majority. I'm not a lawyer. 6 reasons. The Supreme Court declined to stop the majority after listening to the 6 reasons. When people left from there, he and his lawyer said they have options. The justice were on the show. He said, we're going to the lower court. We got the other rate. We'll go and file it. It's been more than 2 weeks. They have not done it. But every day, they come on the show and say, we got to follow the rule of law. This rule of law says you go to court. What's stopping you from going to court if you know you have a case? The second point is, you said the Supreme Court did not make a decision. But one point you argue, the Supreme Court only made a decision on the complaint. They said they wanted to remove the man. When I brought the remaining 5, then he said, no, it was not a decision. But the Supreme Court declined. So Cabinet General sat on the show. He said, only the Supreme Court has the authority to declare any action unconstitutional in the country. That Supreme Court declined to describe the action unconstitutional. But people who say they believe in the rule of law will sit on the show and describe the action unconstitutional. And the Supreme Court, who they claim, they support and uphold, declined to describe the action unconstitutional. So who are you?
Okay. So
then lastly, to you now, Stanton, you went, you collected 6 counts, you put it in a table, you put it on the show, and you caught all of them. You know what delay?
Okay.
I knew the operation. Then you ask them, the kind of people agree on. After all of them finished speaking now, then you brought resolution. But the truth is, the guys told the guys told ECOWAS, they say ECOWAS, all these 6 counts, I want to put it in their letter. They say all these 6 counts that we're discussing, we have already started them. We are already doing them. So no need to come make issue out of ECOWAS. You say we must get due process, we started. You say we must complain, we have written complaint. You say we should sit down in the same chamber, we say no. The man should come to us. That's the only place this agreement is. Nobody understood that.
So let me, I've given you your time, and I will ask you to give me my due time, Mommy. You know, when I'm laughing, that's how I try to bring myself down. Mommy, I didn't put this together. This came from the majority black as the negotiation bullet points. Okay? It was sent to ECOWAS, it was sent to Funati Kofa, and they had it as evidenced by Mami. It is here in their document. The same thing, word for word. And you seen it, the same 16. Now, when they presented this, the ECOWAS asked the speaker, do you agree? The speaker said, let me look over it. He met his team, and they looked over it. They went through all the counts. The speaker said, okay, I agree. To end the whole problem, I agree. Mommy, I don't know who you're talking to in the majority black. Maybe they're lying to you. When they went back, today, ECOWAS should have left the country on a Thursday. They postponed it for the Friday because of the meeting yesterday. They postponed it to today. And ECOWAS were waiting for the reply from the majority black. And the Funati reply. The majority black came back and said, no. We can't agree on all because you know why? We have initiated this same proposal that we submitted to ECOWAS. So we are not going back. ECOWAS said, well, the meeting yesterday, everybody seemed to be okay. Samuel Koga was fine with it. The rest of them was okay. Funati and his people, they were okay. Why are you changing now? You know why they're changing now? For those Liberians that listen to us, it's because of the 2 weeks within this 6 counts. 2 weeks. It's only 4 days that they will meet. And you know that. They do not have sufficient time that after Funati is found guilty to come up with 49 signature of 49 agreement of the member to say, we are 49. We want Funati out, he's guilty. Mommy, that's this right there. If they get 49 today, they can go beyond Jade. They will go and get Funati. If the people get 49 today, they will go over the ocean, they will get Funati. But the only reason why they have come to realize the budget may not come till next week, then therefore you left for only 1 week. If you cannot have 49 to remove Funati, Funati will be speaker, he will run the budget, he will go for the State of the Nation address, and you remain speaker. So what they decide to do? The post saying the people Gary, they give that over. The little children, they take the ball from the field and say that my ball are going home. I don't want to play again. You score on me, I say now go, I take my ball. Game over. And now what happened, mommy?
Your spoiler story again.
Yes. You see, it's not for me to convince you though. But
I give you a chance to finish so I can just tell you why it not holding.
It's okay. You don't have, listen, mommy. And that's what we do here on Spoon. You don't have to agree with me. And at the end of the day, everybody broke. So then what ECOWAS say? Today they wrote this thing. And in the recommendation, they said, in an effort to reach an amicable settlement, the party were unable to arrive at a firm conclusion within the time frame of the mission. So my Liberian people, we go here, you'll face your own problem.
I know.
That's it.
And Stanton,
let me tell you why your spoiler story can hold. No, Stanton, you know why I say will not talk? You know why I say will not talk? Because I said decline the show, the both of us are having conversation. You can't kind of interrupt. No, I come in. No, we were still on the show. We were 3 on the show. We gave him chance to talk. He said no, he was leaving. The both of us initiated our discussion. You cannot interrupt.
But mommy, let me fair that. Mommy, hold on. Let me fair. I say want to add. They gave me. I say it's a panelist. You can stop.
Yeah, it's a panelist, but let you and myself have our back to back. Then he can come in.
So,
but it can be. He can interrupt the discussion.
He buttressing my statement. So let's give me a chance. Then you will speak.
Let me just add to you. In addition to the ECOWAS mediation thing,
I say, I'm not hearing you. I say.
Fonati and Koga had a meeting where they came up with an agreement where Koga went to the people that you know of. They made and said, no, Koga, you representing us. Is that you are representing anything? That's how that whole thing changed. So again, what we are saying here, mommy, it's not on what you think, it's on what is actually going on. What Stanton said, my only advice to you, pick up your phone, speak to a few of your friends in the legislature, let them tell you exactly what went on. The truth is, they had agreed. The only reason why you see Fonati agreed, simply because it came from them, the agreement was with them. So Fonati said, okay, let's go on. Let's agree to it. Now when Fonati accepted, they cannot get 49 votes. So then they said no. Because if we were to go back to session in the main chamber and we take 2 weeks to go investigate, we come back, we still need to vote to remove Kofa. And if we don't have the 49 votes, that whole 2 weeks, everything finished. We can't go back again and say, no, we go again because we get to 49 votes. That's how they went and wrote. First Koga, they wrote and said, okay, this. When I accept count 3, we'll go from there. That's how the ECOWAS then went ahead and put their report together and say, you know what? The 2 parties did not agree on anything. That was per the record that they had, not the agreement that they had already secured before actually going to Kofa. That was exactly what happened.
I told people to the Fonati, I told stand on this thing. This radio, Facebook propaganda, it will not help the situation. And I will give you instances. This smart propaganda will not help. When Fonati was leaving from the Pope.
Oh, so your own propaganda. Your own, you can't on the same Facebook and you get on the same radio and you try to convince that brown people that are propaganda.
No, I'm giving you fact. Let me give you the fact.
Mommy, you hear yourself.
Let me give you the fact.
Mommy, you hear yourself. We come here every day.
Let me give you the fact.
You on radio, you post it, you text it, you write it. That's not propaganda.
I read the fact. Let me give you the fact. Let me give you the fact. Start on. Let me give you the fact. When Fonati was leaving from the Pope and coming to Liberia, on Facebook, whether it's Musa Belete, whether it's Honorable Ta Wangbe, whether he is chief of staff and other people, they were posting. Oh, the number, we got the number. The number increased to 38. Their number dropped. They posted for 2-3 days. Oh, we got the number already. Their camp had broken. They say all those. I told them, I said, this is not how you win number game in the legislature. Fast forward, they go to the Supreme Court. Right after the first year, you start on the show. Right after the first hearing, everybody was discussing the poster Fonati won in the Supreme Court. We win the majority, we won in the court. Start on the discussion on the show was the Supreme Court told the majority black to go back in the session and sit down on a Fonati Gabo and gain due process. That was the information they took and spread all on Facebook. I had to come on the show that day, play the recording of the spokesperson from the Supreme Court to tell you that no decision was reached that day. But prior to that particular recording, everybody was running on the show. Everything on Facebook about the Supreme Court told them to go back and sit and get in due process. Even after we played the recording from the spokesperson of the court, I said Joe was on record to say the man is telling you that as far as he's concerned, he's not aware that not the decision of the court. Fast forward, the Supreme Court finally made a decision and said I declined to issue the rate. It did not help Funati. Today, while they knowing that ECOWAS is coming out for decision, they brought another scandal story that all the people agree, but because they know they don't have 2 weeks, so that's why they go and cancel. Then you're running with that other story. The truth will unveil itself. If these people were against 2 weeks, if they were, let me 30 seconds. If they were against 2 weeks, they would have told ECOWAS and the rest of the other people the nature of the investigation require more than 2 weeks. They require 6 months, or it require 30 days, or it require 3 weeks.
Mami, let me hold you there. Mami, you said it. Family said it. Family Saki said it. They sent the 2 weeks to ECOWAS. Now for that sent the 2 weeks. They recommended 2 weeks to ECOWAS. They said
the people documents, Stanton.
But when? No, Mami, you came late to the show. I got it and put it in the chat room. Famula said we initiated the CISCAN. Famula said it. They suggested the CISCAN. Mami, how can you twist the representative that were in the room with ECOWAS? He just on the show. He said we suggested the 2 weeks.
And stand up. Besides that, we were pressuring Fonati Kofa to go for 1 week. Let me just tell you this. Then Fonati said, my man, the 2 weeks the people suggested, who couldn't say majority, I will go with it. That's how, you remember I call you and say, anyway, I don't want to talk that one. But again, my mommy, I beg you, let's dance. You say, I will play the music dancing.
Mommy, you came late on the show. How will I have debunked your own argument? He said they gave the CISCAN to ECOWAS. They have initiated the CISCAN. So your 2 weeks that you say you disagree with, it never came from Fonati. It came from them. But
no, I did not say they disagree. I said, no. I said, if you say the people disagree with 2 weeks, if the people actually disagree with 2 weeks, they would have told ECOWAS, we don't agree with 2 weeks. You don't want to say they disagree. I did not say so. I'm saying if they actually disagree, they would have told ECOWAS, we don't agree with 2 weeks, let's do it 4 weeks.
But Mami, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. We had a gentleman on the show yesterday. You came late. I won't give you the chance to speak on it. Today, the president suspended him. Matthew,
I can't hear you.
You had a gentleman on the show. Today, you were suspended. Matthew, what's your take? I mean, don't play that game that you can't hear me because you won't respond to the thing. You see, I say, the man don't want to respond to Matthew.
No.
Don't play that
no,
game.
I'm hearing you now, Stanton.
Oh, you hear me now? So I ask you a question. What's your position on the president suspending Matthew?
I will say one thing. The president hires and fires. For the president to dismiss anybody, he doesn't need to give reason why he dismiss you. That's the constitutional authority he has. But if the president letter provides reason for dismissal, then it is left to suspended to decide on what to do next. If I were president, okay, I would have just said, I mean, if I don't feel comfortable working with you as a Mr. Minister, I mean, thank you for your service. I mean, all of people, that's that. That's authority to hire fire anybody in government. But when you start giving reason for why you're doing it, then it becomes problematic. Then it puts people now to start analyzing the reason. What the reason justify What the reason is apply across the board, then it becomes problematic. So if I were advising the president, I would have just said, Mr. President, terminate the person contract based on what you think, and just write them a simple letter and start justifying why you're doing X, Y, Z. That would be my advice to any president, or if I were president, that is what I would do.
The reason why they suspended him, do you agree with the reason that he spoke against Sarah Besco and fake school thing?
They said in the letter, they said you did not follow the procedure of the channel. That's why they said he was suspended.
Because he spoke against the fake school thing, my man.
I mean, other people been speaking. I mean, I don't know whether it's a policy of the government that you can speak again. Eugene Fagon be running a whole series against the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Lands and Mines.
Exactly.
A whole series.
Because you made mention of his name, he's in trouble.
On the illegal mining stuff. He ran a whole series.
And they didn't suspend him though.
So I don't think it is a decision of the government to suspend people because they disagree. I think because in the one they say you don't follow channel. I don't know what Fagon when you follow channel, but we'll talk more about it tomorrow.
You on the show tomorrow, right?
So definitely Sunday is my day.
Okay, thank you very much. The Honorable Abdullah Mame from Buffalo, the next representative of District Number 2 in Buffalo County. Thank you, Mame. The next representative of Maryland District, Southern Number 1 District, Sanoken, District Number 1, Sanoken, in Maryland County, Asa Doe, the next representative. Thank you very much, Minister Doe. The incoming representative.
I beg you, this week, let us start up. We have to feed the people. Don't forget.
Yeah, we're gonna do the feeding program.
I already have a draft. I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay. We got 1,005 already. And
I'm the one leading that effort, don't forget.
If you lead that effort, the people will not contribute though.
Because for a while, I beg you, yeah, because I'm from CDC, the people know I'm a real Liberian. But actually, yeah, we have to do that, Santa. We have to do that at least from Monday. We can give it from now. We can give it 3 weeks period. In 3 weeks, I'm sure we can get very good things to help people.
Thank you very much again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We have to go. Have a good evening. As always, it's good to have you. To my dad, Dr. Richardson, it's good to have you, Dr. Richardson. Plenty. Uncle Sam, Azuba, Azudo, Mr. Dualu, Mame, Vanisaki, it was good that you came on today. My brother Fambule, as always, want to say it's good to have everyone. Those are traveling, Sister Bintu Salih Fatima, she off somewhere she is today. It's good to have everyone. Again, let's stay in Liberia. Let's love Liberia together. Let's build a beautiful Liberia. This too will help make Liberia better. Have a good night, folks. And don't forget to go to church. If you're going to church tomorrow, don't forget. Get ready up and get ready for church. Remember Liberia. Pray for Liberia. Pray for the leadership. And remember that God loves you the best. If you're not going to church tomorrow because you got to work, just continue to pray in your heart and remember that God is in control. If you are sick, we wish you well. To all those of our friends and family members who are sick, we pray that God heal the hands upon you. Those that are in trouble, we ask that God can deliver you out of your trouble. Those that are going to bed hungry, remember, foxes have holes, the birds of the air have nets, and Jesus said the Son of Man had nowhere to lay his head. But yet indeed, if the birds can eat, you will eat, and God will remain with you. Just keep the faith. God still loves you the best. He that created you will never leave you. He will never forsake you. He will always be with you. Through the hard time and the hard, very tough time, he will be with you. In the valley, he's with you. Up on the mountaintop, he's with you. Just trust the Lord and know that this too shall pass. And your day of redemption, of grace, of glory, of happiness will come. Be safe, be blessed. And always remember, Jesus loves you the best. Again, have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow by God's grace. Isaac, good night, my friend.